Chapter 1122. Type 8 Mutant Bug. Chapter 1122. Type 8 Mutant Bug. Koan, the Alliance. Yuzhong used all of his strength and arched his body back, as the terrifying blade sliced past his chest, causing a deep gash where one could see the bone and blood was flowing. With a thought, he activated his God-Devil domain once more, and a huge region of about 60 kilometers was enshrouded by his domain. At the next moment, he willed it and retreated about 5 kilometers, standing within the God domain. His gaze swept out at the entity that had launched a sneak attack on him. That life form that almost sliced Yuzhong in half was a huge Type 8 mutant bug that had a pair of wings, forelimbs like praying mantis, pincers like ants, with thick and power locust-like legs. As it stood straight, it towered at 2 meters. The moment the bug was shrouded by the devil domain, it was immediately assaulted by the devilish energy, and its speed was instantly reduced. The countless demonic manifestations and devils were rushing at the Type 8 mutant bug, lunging for it, and biting whatever area they could. The mutant bug struggled frantically, killing any devils that it could, and the entities continued to disintegrate as it rampaged. Unfortunately, the manifestations were limitless, as they continued to form and attacked the mutant bug. As the devil domain continued to assail the mutant bug, within moments, it was already riddled with injuries. It used all its strength to struggle, but no matter how, it was still being attacked viciously. As it struggled and fought back, slamming everywhere with all its might, it slaughtered many of the manifestations in a bid to escape the domain. It was to no avail, as the numbers continued to grow, while the edge of the domain was not so easily broken. After a dozen breaths, the mutant bug was already overwhelmed by the demons and devils, falling helplessly. Since Yuzhong had reached the Type 8 realm, his domain had become as powerful as well. It was able to kill Type 8 powerhouses now. The Type 8 mutant bug was only at the initial Type 8 realm, with speed being its strongest point. The moment it entered the devil domain, it was suppressed. Had it been a strength-type beast, it would have fared better. However, an agility type would suffer under such circumstances. At that instant, Yuzhong appeared on top of its body, and slammed down on its head with his fist, instantly turning it into minced meat. When the mutant bug's head was destroyed, a huge source of life force surged into Yuzhong, nourishing his body. Kacha, kacha, kacha! The moment the bug was killed, the entire mountain that had housed the horde of bugs began to crumble, as more Type 8 mutant bugs began to fly out of the mountain, surging towards Yuzhong. In an instant, he was suddenly met with over a dozen Type 8 mutant bugs. If each of these bugs was placed on Earth, they would be able to decimate an entire country, turning into an overlord-class character. However, in this great god world, just a mountain itself already contained 13 such beasts. Due to the huge area that the god-devil domain covered, which was over 60 kilometers, within the domain, the mutant beasts were charging at him in a frenzy. At the same time, other mutant beasts which had not attacked him were enshrouded within as well, and the beasts within the mountain range began to view him as an enemy. Countless powerful beasts were charging towards Yuzhong's location in a frenzy. Die! Yuzhong looked at them, a cruel expression flashing in his eyes. His body charged forwards as he appeared in on top of those Type 8 mutant bugs like a specter, his right hand punching out at the heads, exploding them one by one. In the god-devil domain, Yuzhong was basically invincible. In a few moments, he had already taken them out. The life force continued to fill him up, and it reached the maximum point of the initial realm, causing him to break through and reach the mid-Type 8 realm. Once he reached it, he quickly congealed his yin-yang palm and sent it viciously out at the enraged horde of mutant beasts. The entire mountain range trembled as the huge palm imprint pressed down from the skies, slamming into the horde of mutant beasts without mercy. Under the impact, many of them instantly disintegrated, as numerous sources of life force continued to surge into him. The others roared in rage, channeling their innate abilities to fight back against the palm, intending to break it. However, no matter how they struggled, there was no way they could break it, and the entire palm came crashing fully into the ground, turning every single beast underneath it into meat paste. When the beasts were all killed by Yuzhong, he absorbed another huge bout of life force. By the time that the thousands of mutant beasts were dealt with, there was only 6 Type 8 mutant beasts still struggling within the Devil Domain. They fought back madly, utilizing 6 different forms of innate abilities, trying to slam their way out of the domain. Ice shards, flames, wind blades, lightning, water jets, even stone edges, were all cast and thrown at the domain, in a bid to break it apart so that they could escape. However, while the abilities were able to vanquish some of the devils and demonic entities, they could not break through or tear the domain apart, and could only continue to struggle madly and in futile. Chapter 11:23 Rescue. Chapter 11:23 Rescue. Kuan, the Alliance. Yuzhong's body flashed and appeared on top of one particular scarlet-red, 8m tall huge ape. He sent a fist down on it and caused its head to explode. After killing the Type 8 huge ape, Yuzhong continued to flicker through the remaining 5 mutant beasts like a specter, sending a fist to each one, directly exploding their heads and absorbing their life force. Those Type 8 mutant beasts were instantly taken out by Yuzhong, and with a flash of his storage ring, the corpses were all absorbed into the ring. They were ordinary Type 8 mutant beasts, and outside of the God-Devil domain, they could definitely rely on their own strength to take on Yuzhong. However, since they were caught in the domain, he was able to kill them easily due to their suppressed state. Only a creature like Agnes would be able to break through the domain with its pure strength. Inside this mountain range, there were many other mutant beasts, and Yuzhong wiping them out in a short while caused them to be deeply shocked. Within the domain, he continued to take in the Type 8 life force, some of them weak, some of them strong. The stronger ones among them were near the peak of Type 8, while the weakest was just at the initial Type 8 realm. The auras of the other mutant beasts in the mountain range began to surge, but no one took the initiative to attack Yuzhong any longer, as they stared at Yuzhong, while killing any devils and demons that got near them. Within the horde of mutant beasts, there was a rumbling voice that sounded, "Human, keep your domain. Do you want to make use of it to kill all of us? If that's the case, all the experts of our Raven Valley will treat you as an enemy from now on, and we will go all out to hunt you down." Hearing that voice, the rest of the mutant beasts still shrouded by the God-Devil domain also released their auras, intending to intimidate him. Since Yuzhong reached the mid-Type 8 realm, his combat strength had a huge increase, and it was easy for him to use the God-Devil domain to suppress over 20 initial Type 8 mutant beasts. He would be able to take on even a peak Type 8 mutant beast now. However, the current number of mutant beasts in his domain was over 50, and if they were to go all out, there was a chance for them to break out of the domain. If both sides clashed, he might perish. Yuzhong's mind raced, and quickly retracted the God-Devil domain to about a 3 km radius as he announced loudly, "No, I did not intend to make an enemy out of you guys. I acted because they took the initiative to attack me first." The voice then rumbled out, "In that case, human, please leave. You're not welcome here." The Raven Valley was the playground of these strong mutant beasts. None of those with intelligence would like to share their territory with a human. Yuzhong chuckled and turned around, flying far quickly. He could sense the might of a Type 9 existence within the mountain range, and it was currently slumbering. If he were to go too far and antagonize that existence, who could be either cultivating or sleeping, then he might be slapped to death. In a barren plain, there was a Type 3 mutant lone wolf with a horn on its head, as well as scales covering its 2m-long body, and it was currently devouring the carcass of a mutant deer. About 20 m away from the lone wolf, there was a group of 7 young men and women, prowling on the ground. Their rifles were trained on the Type 3 mutant lone wolf. The leader, a young woman who was wearing a green robe, stared fixedly at the mutant beast and waved her hand coldly. Immediately, the killing intent of the 6 others soared as they fired their guns. Unfortunately, at the moment they fired, the Type 3 mutant lone wolf leaped to the side. Pung! 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 Following the gun sounds, although the Type 3 mutant lone wolf had leaped to the side, it was still struck in the abdomen by 2 bullets, causing 2 bleeding wounds. It was a serious injury, but the Type 3 lone wolf had a vicious glint in its eyes, and it disappeared the moment it landed on the ground. The face of the lead woman changed, as she roared and got on her feet, pulling out a long blade. Not good. Prepare for battle. The expressions of the others also turned ugly, as they quickly leaped up and whipped out their long blades. At the moment they jumped up, one of the young men let out a piercing scream, as the Type 3 mutant lone wolf had already appeared in front of him, biting down viciously on his throat. One woman with short, blonde hair suppressed her fear, slashing out with her combat blade at the beast. Go to hell, beast! The eyes of the Type 3 lone wolf flashed, and it disappeared once more, reappearing in front of the woman, and its sharp claws slashed out, directly decapitating her. As a Type 3 beast, the lone wolf had a strong close combat potential. The 7 hunters were all also at the Type 3 realm, but against the beast there was only death. When the burly man beside the blonde-haired girl saw her die, he let out an agonized scream as he charged towards her corpse. Annie? In just a second, the Type 3 mutant lone wolf appeared in front of the burly man as well, its claws stretched out towards his throat. There was a look of fear and despair in his eyes, and he could feel the call of the Death Reaper beside him. Pung! At that time, there was the sound of a clear gunshot, as a wound appeared in the head of the Type 3 lone wolf, its body crumpling while in midair. The moment the wolf was killed, the remaining 5 people swiveled, staring at the direction of the gunshot in alarm and caution, noticing Yu Zhong wielding a huge rifle as he walked over. The leader stared at Yu Zhong and barked out loud, while raising her weapon at him. Stop! The rest also brought their weapons up. In the wilderness, in order to hunt, there had been many cases of slaughter even among teammates, where human nature was unpredictable and dangerous. Yu Zhong kept his weapon while speaking loudly. Is this how you treat a benefactor? If it was not for me, you guys would have all died. Although the rifles of the 5 people could hurt a Type 3 mutant beast, it was impossible to leave an injury on Yu Zhong. When the woman saw Yu Zhong holster his weapon, she heaved a sigh of relief and waved her hands, signaling for the rest to lower their weapons as well. She then stepped forward to introduce herself. I'm Aisha, a hunter from Audania town. Thank you for your assistance earlier and saving our lives. As per the rules of the wild, this Type 3 lone wolf is yours. One youth behind her spoke out aggrievedly. Sis Aisha, Annie and Jess had died for this Type 3 lone wolf. Aisha frowned and rebuked, shut it, Shaq. If it were not for this mister, we would not have been able to best this Type 3 mutant lone wolf. In fact, we would have been its meal. Hearing that, the rest lowered their heads helplessly. The most important thing about the hunt was always the first strike. If they were unable to take down a Type 3 mutant beast in a single strike, then things would usually go downhill. They knew this well. However, it was not comfortable to give away their hunt, even after the cost of 2 of their teammates. Yu Zhong grinned. Hello, Aisha, I'm Yu Zhong. I'm a world traveler. I'm actually in need of a guide as I have just arrived here. You guys keep the wolf, let it be the price of guiding me. He had been through so many treasuries of different worlds and obtained plenty of Type 3 nuclei. One single one was nothing to him. Aisha was elated and replied, That's great. I'll keep it then. From now on, I will be your guide in Audania town. Hearing those words, the rest of the soldiers also looked at Yu Zhong more favorably. To these hunters, a Type 3 mutant beast was a decent haul, even if they had to split 7 ways. It was a huge sum of money. It was because of that they dared risk their lives. With Aisha's invitation, Yuzhong followed this troop back towards Audania town. Chapter 1124, Giant. Chapter 1124, Giant. Kun, the Alliance. Along the way, they engaged in idle conversation, and Yuzhong got to know the 5 better. The leader Aisha had short golden hair, her skin a healthy wheat color. She had a sexy figure, her legs long and slender. The other young woman on the team was called Shijie, an ordinary-looking girl with a full figure and freckles on her face. The other 3 were men, one of them burly and easygoing. That was Haug. Another one had a bald head, and he was extremely skinny, that was Gru. The final one, who had lost his loved one earlier, looking decadent, was called Sid. Audania town was a small town that had a medieval European feel to it. It was called a town, but in fact it was as big as a city on Earth, with a huge 15 m tall wall, as well as a huge moat about 10 m wide. On the wall there were a few huge cannons, embedded with mutant nuclei as well as covered by numerous runes. A number of soldiers were carrying the same rifle that Aisha was using, as they patrolled around. At the city gate, a middle-aged soldier greeted the rest warmly. Aisha, what did you guys get this time? Shijie hurried to reply with a proud look. Uncle Magsay, this time, we got a Type 3 mutant lone wolf. What? A Type 3 mutant lone wolf? Are you lying? It really is Type 3 lone wolf. Aisha and the rest actually hunted a Type 3 mutant lone wolf. Incredible! When the rest all heard that, they gathered around and pointed at the carcass of the mutant lone wolf, while discussing in shock. Yuzhong stood one side and observed the humans here quietly. With his perception, he could sense that in this town, the most ordinary of person was at the Type 2 Divine Warrior realm. The soldiers guarding at the gates were all at the Type 3 realm. It was apparent that the humans of this world were much stronger. However, to these experts, a Type 3 mutant beast was still extremely dangerous to deal with. It must be known that if a Type 3 mutant lone wolf were to get wild, it was not too tough for it to kill even a Type 4 Divine Warrior. Yuzhong's perception was powerful. With a thought, he had already swept through the entire town and understood the strength of the town completely. Most of the people were at the Type 2 or Type 3 realm. The strongest were 4 Type 5 warriors and 158 Type 4 expert. If it were on Earth, this was a considerable strength. However, in this great god world, it was just a weak town. Magsay's gaze landed on Yuzhong, and he asked Aisha, Aisha, who is this person? Aisha chuckled. Uncle Magsay, he is Yuzhong, a world traveler. He helped us hunt the Type 3 mutant lone wolf. Magsay revealed a warm smile. How do you do? Welcome to Audania town. As long as you abide by the laws of the Holy Sirius Empire, you will be a welcome guest of Audania town. Yuzhong had already obtained information from Aisha beforehand. Audania was a small town of the Holy Sirius Empire, with a population of 200,000. Yuzhong chuckled. I will abide by the rules, and not make things difficult for you guys. Magsay nodded in satisfaction, and let the entire team through. After entering the town, Yuzhong saw that the buildings within the town were indeed in the medieval Western style. The people walking around the town were of different races and skin color, and most of them were wielding rifles on their back. Even the kids and women had some form of weapons made of mutant beast claws. All around Audania town, there were many savage mutant beasts. Many of them were even able to leap over the walls or make use of the water and moat to sneak into the town. After a few of such incidences, the people in town were all wiser and wielded their weapons as an added precaution. Along the way, Yuzhong also saw many stands, displaying all sorts of nuclei and materials, and the stall owners were calling out and announcing their items passionately. Aisha and the 4 others entered a miscellaneous stall and quickly brought out the Type 3 mutant lone wolf carcass, in exchange for 300 serious coins. The 5 of them split the amount into 9 portions, with 4 parts going to the 2 deceased. They then took the remaining 5 and went on their separate ways. Aisha swept Yuzhong a look. "Tonight, why don't you come with me? However, let me say this first, if you dare have any funny thoughts, don't blame me for breaking your throat." Yuzhong laughed lightly. "Relax, I will not do anything funny." Aisha was an extremely beautiful woman, however, it was not to the point of world-toppling. Yuzhong had seen his fair share of beauties, and as long as he willed it, he was able to get a few beautiful women to serve him. There was no need to have designs on Aisha. "Then that's great," she snorted before leading Yuzhong to her place. Aisha lived alone in a small 3-story bungalow. It was not particularly luxurious, but it was clean, tidy, and bright. It was apparent that she loved to keep things neat. Yuzhong tried asking, "Aisha, I want to ask. I heard that at the center of this world there's a sacred place, where all the experts of the world are gathered. Do you know where it is exactly?" The Great God World was, after all, a place connecting those worlds with a Type 9 expert. In this world, it was filled with secrets and many experts. Yuzhong knew nothing about this world, but if he had to guess, there should be some form of a location where such experts would gather, and there would be plenty of technology, weapons, as well as secrets to be obtained. There is such a legend. Aisha lowered her head as she thought, before replying. In the legends, our emperor of the Holy Sirius Empire used to be an ordinary person. After he entered the world where those heavenly gods reside and obtained their pointers, his cultivation improved swiftly. He then led our ancestors through the wilderness and slaughtered their way out, building a huge city, which expanded over time to become the Holy Sirius Empire. Yuzhong's eyes brightened up as he asked hurriedly, "Where is this place where the heavenly gods reside, do you know?" Aisha shook her head. "A lot of people in the Holy Sirius Empire have hoped of getting to that world, but no one has succeeded. I guess that only the emperor who has lived 1,000 years would know where it is." Yuzhong was slightly disappointed, but he still relaxed. There's finally a lead. He guessed that the place Aisha was referring to was likely where the intersection of the countless worlds laid. The emperor of the Holy Sirius Empire had likely gone there and made use of the resources to evolve quickly, becoming a powerful expert. Aisha frowned slightly while reminding him out of goodwill, "Yuzhong, it is just a rumor. Many have tried to find it to no avail, and had even lost their lives over it." Yuzhong laughed lightly. "Thanks for your concern. Anyway, Aisha, where's the location of the palace of the Holy Sirius Empire?" She thought for a moment before replying. "It's about 3,000 li west of our Audania town. It's called Hippoa City." Having obtained the intel he needed, Yuzhong was relaxed and began to engage in idle banter with her, to better understand the customs of the people here. To Yuzhong, a distance of 3,000 li was just a day's journey. After resting a day, he would head there directly. About 20 li away from Audania town, there was a vast barren land. 12 hunters were gathered around a pile of Type 2 mutant deer bodies, their eyes filled with joy. "Haha, 36 deers this time, we're rich. With this amount, I can rest well for an entire month. Haha." Just as they were celebrating, there was a rumbling of the ground, as though an entire group of horses was running. Feeling the shockwave, one hunter turned towards the direction of the sound, and his face turned pale as he muttered, "Giants, giants, many giants. Flee!" The rest of the hunters swiveled around, and their faces also turned ashen, their hearts filled with fear. In the distance, there were a number of savage-looking humanoid creatures, standing about 4 to 6 m tall, their bodies burly and muscular. They were currently running towards the group of hunters. Their speed was not slow, and although they were huge, their speed was extremely fast. As they ran, it was not much slower than the speed of sound. "Flee! Run and notify the base!" One hunter turned and screamed, as he headed towards the direction of Audania town. The rest of them also turned pale and quickly fled towards the direction of Audania town. Chapter 11:25 Man-Eating Giants. There was a strong gust of wind, as an 8 m tall male giant full of muscles suddenly appeared behind a hunter. He reached out and grabbed the hunter in his hands. The human hunter had a horrified expression, full of despair, as he swiftly pulled out his huge rifle and fired it at the giant, while screaming, "No! Beast! Die!" Purring. There were small bullet holes that appeared on the forehead of the giant. The bullets that could pierce even the toughest of hides of a Type 3 mutant beast barely left a peanut-sized scar. When the giant was attacked, there was a savage look in his eyes. His other hand reached out to grab the head of the hunter, and plucked it with force, pulling it out cruelly in a shower of blood. After killing the hunter, the giant then threw the rest of the corpse into his mouth, and bit down as fresh blood flowed down his mouth. That particular scene was actually witnessed by another who was fleeing. His face turned pale, and his breathing turned ragged. He increased his pace, but as a result, he tripped over a stone and tumbled onto the ground. As he fell, he saw another 5 m tall giant coming towards him. In his fear, he started pissing himself, while his eyes were wide with fear and despair. He began to plead and mutter, "No, no, don't kill me! Please don't kill me! Don't kill me!" There was a savage grin on the 5 m tall giant, and he came up to the hunter, grabbing him and threw him into his mouth, crushing him into two. The giants continued to run quickly and approach the fleeing hunters, killing them in savage fashion before eating them. After killing all the fleeing hunters, they reduced their speed to walking, heading towards Audania town. The high-speed movement to any biological life form would take a lot of energy. Their bodies were incredibly huge, and even if their speed was extremely fast, it was not possible to maintain their speed. Behind those leading the entire group, there was a dense group of them, all gathered together and surging towards the direction they were headed, eliminating everything along their path. No matter the life form, as long as it was moving, and within their vision, they would be grabbed and thrown into the mouths. Of the 12 hunters, there was one who had a special movement ability, and he managed to escape their encirclement. The human hunter charged all the way towards Audania town as he roared out madly, "Man-eating giants! There are man-eating giants currently on their way here." "What? Man-eating giants? Are they coming? Are you kidding? Man-eating giants are the most savage and cruel of man-eating entities out there." Hearing the report, the rest of the people at the city gates were in chaos and panic. Within this great god world, there were many terrifying beasts, with no shortage of Type 8 mutant beasts. However, a mutant beast was not likely to leave its territory and wander around. After all, there was plenty of other Type 8 powerhouses. Once it leaves, it could easily become prey for others. With so many powerful entities, as long as humans did not antagonize them, they would not stir trouble with what was considered ant-like existences to them. However, there were certain races that loved to prey on humans. These were termed as man-eating races. Among them, the man-eating giants were the vilest and foulest of races. As the hunter finished reporting, there were rumbling sounds from behind, as the first of the giants appeared on the horizon. When the guards at the gate saw the giants, their eyes flashed fear as they quickly shouted out, "Giants? The giants are here! Quick! Go inform the mayor! Inform the mayor!" The hunter that was still running back to report screamed out with fear and despair, "Save me! Save me!" Everyone saw clearly as a huge, 10 m tall giant with disheveled, golden hair rushed up to the hunter and grabbed him. She ignored his struggle and directly popped his entire body into her mouth, her teeth gnashing together, and the hunter died amidst loud bone-cracking sounds. Seeing that cruel scene, the soldiers at the gate were all frightened out of their wits, their faces pale. Many of them even started vomiting. After swallowing the human cruelly, the golden-haired giant turned her head, revealing a grotesque and twisted smile. By now, the soldiers screamed out in fear and panic as they fled into the town. They could only pray that the soldiers on top of the wall could hold off the giant. The wall commander trembled as he shouted out, "Close the gates, open fire! Open fire! Blast those bastards to death!" Under the orders of the wall commander, the soldiers on the city wall quickly got into position and began adjusting the magic cannons powered by the mutant beast nuclei. Hong! Hong! With a flash of the nuclei, the magic cannons began firing out at the oncoming giants, punching them full of holes as fresh blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, many other soldiers were firing their rifles at the giants, as the bullets rained down upon them. However, those bullets that could penetrate the scales of Type 4 mutant beasts only served to cut out little bullet wounds. They could not even impede their movement. Under the bombardment of bullets and cannons, 6 15m tall giants suddenly launched into a charge at the wall. They ran forward with all their might, reaching Mach 6 speed. They reached the city wall in an instant and sent powerful fists blasting towards the magic cannons and human soldiers atop the city wall. Hong! The 6 giants were incredible savage. With a slap as though they were swatting flies, they flattened a number of magic cannons as well as the human soldiers controlling them. The moment the giants rampaged, they instantly caused widespread chaos and panic atop the wall. Most of the rest of the giants reached the front of Audania town and leaped up with all their strength, easily crossing over the wall. To these man-eating giants, a 15m tall wall was nothing. Audania town was surrounded by the city wall, but it was never meant to defend against these giants. Instead, it had been prepared for low-level mutant beasts. "Help! Giants are here! Save me!" The man-eating giants leaped into the town, and immediately, there were screams and cries from within. The people were running around amok like headless flies, their combat strength straw-like in front of these giants. Right at this time, Shi Jie came barging into Aisha's bungalow, screaming, "Sister Aisha? Something's terrible had happened. Giants, man-eating giants have invaded the town. Let's flee quickly." Aisha's face turned pale as she pulled out her rifle quickly, running out. "What? Man-eating giants? Man-eating giants!" Yu Zhong followed closely behind, and with a thought, his strong perception swept out to cover the town, and he could sense the strength emitted from those giants. Some were weak while others were strong. The bigger ones were obviously stronger. Those at the 3m height range had the strength of a Type 4 Divine Warrior, while those at the 15m range were at the Type 6 Divine Warrior realm. There were even some 40m tall ones, possessing a strength of the Type 7 realm. Some over 100 meters were at the Type 8 realm. This horde of giants was easily over hundreds and thousands, of which, those above 100 meters tall were about 13. This was not a force an ordinary town like Audania could hope to withstand. After sensing the strength, Yu Zhong could not help but be shocked. Strong. These giants, there's actually 13 Type 8 giants. This great god world truly contains experts. Chapter 11:26. Type 8 Giant. A Type 8 expert would easily be an overlord in any world. Yu Zhong had been to the Mech Empire, and within the Empire, there were only 8 Type 8 experts. However, upon reaching this world, just the Raven Valley alone already had so many Type 8 expert. A single clan of man-eating giants already consisted of 13 Type 8 powerhouses. It was evident that this world contained so many more Type 8 experts. After walking out of Aisha's bungalow, what greeted them was a hellish scene. A number of giants were rampaging around Audania, slapping the buildings and demolishing them, grabbing people and amidst horrific screams, swallowing them. All of a sudden, Shi Jia looked into the distance and screamed out, "That's Haug! No!" In the distance, a 7m tall giant had grabbed Haug, who was wielding his rifle, and directly shoved him into his mouth. With a loud snapping sound, Haug was bitten cleanly in two, as fresh blood and organs came spilling from the side of the giant's mouth. It was incredibly gruesome. Shi Jia saw her comrade consumed by the 7m tall giant, and her eyes were filled with fear. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, and a puddle of yellow urine came out uncontrollably. Aisha's eyes revealed a frenzied expression as she readied her weapon and began firing at the eyes of the 7m tall giant. "Beast! Beast! Beast! Go to hell!" Pung! With the gun sound, the right eye of the giant went blind, revealing a bloody hole. The giant twisted to look towards the direction of the gunshot, his face vicious and enraged. When she was stared at by the giant, Aisha, for all her years of hunting, was instantly enveloped by fear, and goosebumps appeared on her skin. Her legs also began to wobble, and she had no way of moving. Shi Jia was ashen by now, and crumpled to the floor, trying to crawl away as she sobbed, "Ah! Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" The giant instantly charged towards their direction madly. With each movement of the giant, the entire ground trembled. Huge footprints were embedded into the ground, and in 2 breaths of time, he had already reached Aisha, reaching out to grab her, who was still frozen in shock and horror. Due to his speed, Aisha could not even react fast enough, just watching the giant approach her. At the moment where she felt a strong despair, there was a flash of a blade, and the right arm of the giant was chopped off, as fresh blood poured out. The blood of humans and the giants were different. The 7m tall giant was bleeding black blood, and that murky color was pouring out like a waterfall after its arm was sliced off. It was truly shocking. The person who had chopped off the giant's arm was precisely Yu Zhong. After slicing off the giant's right arm, Yu Zhong's wings of hope unfolded, and he wielded his alloy blade, charging right atop the giant's head. With a mighty cleave, he sliced around its head, and the entire head of the giant rolled. The moment the headless carcass fell, a huge source of life energy entered his body. He relaxed slightly. Seems like their weak point is their head. Against Agni's, he had utilized all his strength in order to destroy its head, but it had not affected anything. Instead, it was still able to retaliate strongly. Thus, Yu Zhong had truly learned his lesson. Aisha saw Yu Zhong killing the giant, and her eyes were filled with shock and excitement. "It's Yu Zhong. He was able to kill a man-eating giant? That is too formidable. Aisha, go evacuate, I will kill those giants." Yu Zhong spoke this sentence, and with a flash of his wings, he soared towards the direction of the giants. Seeing the 7m tall giant killed instantaneously, 8 other giants who were hunting the humans whirled around and quickly charged after him. Aisha saw them and screamed out despite her fear, "Watch out!" One giant was already hard to deal with. Even if all the experts of Audania were to act, they would have to pay a huge price to hunt a single giant. This time, 8 of them had gone after Yu Zhong. The strongest of Audania would have perished under such an assault. At this moment, Yu Zhong transformed into 8 different clones, as they flickered and appeared atop the 8 giants respectively, as the heads of the giants fell in a shower of blood. Aisha saw this and was shocked, strong. After managing to kill the 8 giants, Yu Zhong waved his hands as his blood radiances soared to the sky, before transforming into a huge blood cloud that rained down upon his enemies, filled with an intense bloodthirsty feel. As the rain fell and landed on the bodies of those giants, any one of them who was 15m and below were instantly sucked dry of their blood and water, leaving only a dried corpse. After the blood rain absorbed the blood of the giants, they seeped out of the bodies and floated back into the blood cloud in the sky. Numerous giants were being assaulted by the insidious blood rain, and in a short span of time, over 6,000 low-level giants were already reduced to dried corpses. Is this the strength of a human expert? You dare kill our warriors, go to hell! Among the giants, there was a particular one who was over 160 m tall, his entire body scarlet red, and he had many runes carved all over his body. He looked at the blood cloud in the sky with a savage glint and spat out at it. In an instant, a huge pillar of fire burst out towards the skies, aiming for the blood cloud. As the flames and blood came into contact, there was a sizzling sound, as the size of the blood cloud got reduced and smoke billowed. The perfect counter to the blood manipulation ability was flame or even lightning, anything that has purifying properties. As long as it was targeted with those abilities, the blood cloud would suffer a decrease in strength. Under the burning of the flames, the blood cloud was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Another giant, who was over 200 m tall, whose body was also covered in runes, and in fact, he looked like his entire body was made of jade. He spoke up, Ahuagu did well. He is precisely the bane of such an evil art. Once we break through the blood cloud, we will be able to charge through this human town and eat them all. As for the expert behind this cloud, I will tear off his limbs and watch him struggle in pain, before eating him alive. This jade-like giant was the largest and tallest among the 13 of the Type 8 giant. He was also the strongest, at the peak of the Type 8 realm, with barely a step into the Type 9 realm. Another one, who was about 140 m, with taut muscles and his entire body looked incredibly lean, as though he was a sharp blade waiting to be unsheathed. A pity, there isn't any strong human in such a small, rural town. If we can consume another 10 or so Type 8 humans, Ahuagu should be able to break through to the half-step Type 9 realm. Ahuagu laughed savagely. It's not easy to find Type 8 humans. As long as I can consume another 300 Type 7 humans, it will be the same. I want to eat up all of the experts in this human kingdom. I should be able to break through all the same. At that time, we will be able to take on another human kingdom. The giants were just like any other species, consuming others to become stronger or replenish their strength. It was due to this that they were a nomad race, constantly wandering around to hunt humans. While other species were nourishment to them, humans were the true ingredients for them to evolve. Many low-level giants would consume a large number of humans to evolve faster. To these Type 8 giants, there was no point in consuming ordinary humans. They had to devour more powerful experts for there to be some effect. All you bastards, go to hell! Following a spirit-like voice, the entire world seemed to dim, as the devil domain enveloped the Type 8 giants, bringing with it a powerful, demonic atmosphere. The crux of this battle was these 13 Type 8 giants. If they were dead, the rest of the giants would follow suit. Chapter 11:27 Three Giants. Yuzhong's appearance was too sudden and caught unprepared. 10 of the Type 8 giants were instantly caught within the devil domain, assaulted by the endless devilish manifestations. In an instant, Yuzhong flickered in front of the flame-using giant, his fist punching out on the head of the giant. The strength of his third-order god-devil body burst forth, directly causing the head of the flame-using giant to explode in a shower of blood and flesh. A huge amount of life force was also absorbed into Yuzhong, as the corpse crumpled to the ground. At the same time that Yuzhong launched that sneak attack, the jade-like giant roared out in rage, as a powerful jade domain appeared around him, shining resplendently with different colors, and blocked the assault of Yuzhong. Besides the jade giant, there was one other with blades growing out of him. His eyes flashed dangerously, as a domain comprising of blades appeared, clashing towards Yuzhong's god-devil domain. There was also a 180 m tall one whose strength was not that far off from the jade giant. His face seemed to be made out of stone. With a thought, all sorts of boulders and rocks appeared in a domain around it, smashing against Yuzhong's god-devil domain. Only the talented of the Type 8 powerhouses could comprehend domains after understanding laws. Among these 13 Type 8 giants, only 3 of them had comprehended domains. Those who did not were enveloped by the God-Devil domain. However, they did not panic. Instead, they started roaring with rage like wild beasts as they gathered their strength and started hammering the edges of the domain. A domain might be powerful, but there was a limit. Once the threshold was broken through, then the domain would crumble as well. The abilities and powers smashed out at Yu Zhong's domain, causing the demons and devils to dissipate. However, they had no way to breach his God-Devil domain. Since he gained the third-order God-Devil body, Yu Zhong's God-Devil domain had become more than 100 times stronger than it was when he was a Type 7 divine warrior. The struggling Type 8 giants were unable to threaten his domain. "Break for me!" In an instant, Yu Zhong teleported to a 135m tall giant, who could channel wind blades. He sent a fist out at his head. With a loud bang, the wind-manipulating giant had his head destroyed in a shower of flesh and blood. Although Yu Zhong was small and minuscule to these giants, with his third-order God-Devil body, his strength was above these giants, and he was able to explode with a strength more terrifying than them in close combat. Beast! Seeing the wind-controlling giant killed by Yu Zhong in a second, another agile giant stepped up, bursting forth with a speed that surpassed most other Type 8 powerhouses, appearing beside Yu Zhong in the next instant. As Yu Zhong was about to be captured, he willed it and disappeared from his location, and the giant's grasp closed in on thin air. The next moment, Yu Zhong had already appeared on top of that giant, his gaze cold, as he sent out a powerful fist down on the head of the giant. It immediately burst the head of the giant apart. Within the Devil domain, Yu Zhong could easily teleport to wherever he liked. Inside the domain, he was invincible. "He can teleport with his domain, everybody watch out!" There was a serious glint in the eyes of the Jade Giant now, as he roared out and channeled his Jade domain out at Yu Zhong's God-Devil domain. Most Type 8 powerhouses with domains would prefer to use their domains to clash against their opponents. This was the only known method to take down the opponent, by brute force. If the disparity in strength was huge, the other party might be destroyed in a single hit. As the two domains clashed, the Jade domain was constantly shrinking. Yu Zhong's God domain Devil was not spared either. The Jade Giant was a peak Type 8 powerhouse, and had understood the principles of Jade. Although it was not as strong as compared to Yu Zhong's God-Devil domain, it was not weak either. As for the Blade Giant and Stone Giant, the both of them continued to channel their domains to smash against Yu Zhong's God-Devil domain. The 3 Type 8 powerhouses set their domains against Yu Zhong's, with both sides slowly wearing each other down. Yu Zhong ignored the 3 of them. Instead, he continued to flicker around like a phantom, taking out the giants one by pummeling their heads, bursting their heads. These giants might be at the Type 8 realm, but within Yu Zhong's God-Devil domain, they were reduced to single opponents, with no means of gathering and working together, and could only be slaughtered by Yu Zhong one by one. By the time he was done killing the rest of them, his God-Devil domain, as well as the domains of the 3 remaining domain-capable giants, were all destroyed together. Their strength was above the rest, and although their domains could not compare to Yu Zhong's, with their joint attacks, they were able to wear Yu Zhong's domain down, at the expense of their own. "Human, you dare kill our comrade! Damn you! I will not let you off! I will definitely tear you apart and eat you alive!" The Jade Giant saw the rest of the giants dead by Yu Zhong's side, and his eyes had a vicious glint. He let out an enraged roar that shook the entire region, as he sent a powerful fist containing the laws and principles of Jade towards Yu Zhong. Under that strike, the entire surroundings seemed to freeze into a jade-like world. When the Jade Giant got enraged, his combat strength was stirred to the maximum potential, and the region around him transformed, allowing him to reach the height of his power. In the Giants' clan, Any Type 7 and above giant would already possess human-like intelligence, but only the Type 8 ones would refer to one another as comrade. Their group had developed for so long and only managed to produce 13 Type 8 giant. In an instant, 10 of them had been annihilated by Yu Zhong, causing the Jade Giant to go into a fit of rage. Against that attack, Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, as he controlled the wings of hope to flap once. The energy around his stirred, and he disappeared from his position, dodging that punch by the Jade Giant. He then appeared on top of the Blade Giant, sending out a fist at his head. "You want to kill me? Not so easy. Break!" The Blade Giant roared out in indignation, and his killing intent soared. Without any intention of dodging or evading, right at the moment Yu Zhong got close, a powerful blade shot out from him, bursting towards Yu Zhong. In that short distance, facing that dangerous attack, Yu Zhong basically had no way to evade or dodge. His eyes flashed with a serious glint, and he twisted his body, controlling the wings of hope to soar slightly up, as he sent a fist towards the head of the Blade Giant. A powerful strength burst forth, and the head of the Blade Giant also burst apart. However, it was not before he had summoned his strength to send out a sharp blade from his head, while locking the space, to slash out at Yu Zhong, preventing him from escape. At the most critical moment, Yu Zhong's left shoulder tensed, as a huge shield appeared in front of him. The blades of the Blade Giant slammed into the shield, causing a huge sound of impact. Under the imbued power of laws, the bone blade sliced through the shield after barely 1 second of being stopped, as it continued and sliced through Yu Zhong's left arm. Golden blood began to flow from his wound. Making use of that opportunity, Yu Zhong quickly flashed away. When the Stone Giant saw how the Blade Giant was killed in an instant, he could not believe his eyes and was shocked. How is that possible? Erengu was so strong that his laws could even injure a Type 9 expert. How could this human be able to withstand it? How is he so tough? The Blade Giant was also one of the most heaven-defying geniuses of their generation, and while it was only at a height of 140 m, it already possessed combat strength of a high Type 8 powerhouse. Also, with his comprehension of a domain and his blade technique, he could injure a Type 9 powerhouse easily. Yet, his strongest strike had been unable to kill Yu Zhong. This was the reason for his shock. The Jade Giant roared out once more in grief and rage, disappearing from his position, and reappearing behind Yu Zhong's back. He sent a fist towards Yu Zhong while yelling, "Do not fear, Yengu, he is an oracle. As long as we consume him, we can possibly evolve into the Type 9 realm." The Stone Giant also leaped forward, his own fist carrying stone laws, turning the surrounding into stones, intending to capture Yu Zhong. The two of them joined hands, their power bursting out, locking everywhere around them, preventing Yu Zhong's wings of hope from flying away. Against this joint attack, Yu Zhong revealed a cold look. Without retreating, he shot forwards and sent a yin-yang palm, causing an entire palm to materialize, capable of blocking the sky as it slammed downwards at the two giants. Chapter 11:28 Defeating the Giants. Hong. Following a powerful blast, the ground shattered apart, as the resulting shock waves spread outward. The punches that were filled with the laws of jade and stone directly fell apart, and the remaining force dispersed. When the remaining force from jade laws touched the ground, the region transformed into jade as well as stone, from the resulting stone laws as well. Many giants could not dodge in time, and were turned into jade sculptures, or stone-hard statues. As for the Jade Giant and the Stone Giant, the both of them were struck by the recoil, and spat out a mouth of blood. Yu Zhong's yin-yang palm was also scattered, while his person was sent flying about a few hundred meters. He spat out a mouthful of gold blood. At the same time, the left side of his body began to petrify, turning into jade, while the right side, stone. He flashed and charged towards the skies, and brought out a vial of Type 9 mutant beast blood to gulp down. Damn it! These giants are truly difficult to deal with. Any one of the 13 giants, even the Jade Giant, Yuzhong had the confidence to deal with them one by one, without exerting too much energy. However, if any of them were to join hands, the threat they represented was very different. Yuzhong had already killed 11 of them, and he was already expended. Facing the combined efforts of the Jade Giant and Stone Giant, there was no guarantee that he could walk out unharmed. He definitely cannot be allowed to escape. If he flees, the next time he appears will be our death. Quick, chase and kill him. The Jade Giant's face fell as he roared out in rage. The atmospheric energy gathered around him and he stepped into the air, turning into a beam of light as he chased after Yuzhong. This time, the two giants were able to injure Yuzhong gravely. It was because Yuzhong had expended so much of his energy to kill the other 11 giants. If he was allowed to recuperate, they would likely suffer. After all, the combined 3 domains of the giants could not even dominate Yuzhong's God-Devil domain. If it were just the 2 of them, no matter how they tried, they would not be able to flee from the domain. The Stone Giant also quickly channeled the atmospheric energy and stepped through the air, chasing after Yuzhong like his life depended on it. Both sides were on a hunt and quickly traveled more than 60 kilometers. After Yuzhong finished that vial of blood essence, his strength quickly recovered, and the slowly hardening sides of his body ceased, as he sent out a force to shatter them. At that instant, he suddenly turned around and executed the God-Devil domain once more, directly enveloping the 2 giants. When they were caught in it, the eyes of the Jade Giant flashed with fear as he roared out madly, "How? We broke your domain! How could you cast it so fast again?" A domain was a huge part of a Type 8 expert's strength. Once it was broken, then the Type 8 powerhouse would usually suffer some form of a backlash and be weakened over a period of time, unable to cast it. Only a domain could counter another domain, and the Jade Giant was unable to execute his domain within such a short period of time. The moment they were caught in Yuzhong's God-Devil domain, there was only death. "You can take your questions with you to death." A cold glint flashed past Yuzhong's eyes. In that instant, he appeared on top of the Jade Giant and sent a fist down on his head. "You can't kill me. Turn into jade for me." Bellowing out in rage, the Jade Giant began to channel his energy comprising of jade laws, causing a huge jade plate to appear, as he merged into it and charged towards Yuzhong. With a thought, Yuzhong reappeared on top of the Stone Giant, and his fist continued down towards the head of the Stone Giant. So hard! Following a huge impact, Yuzhong's fist slammed into the head of the Stone Giant, his immense strength bursting forth, causing a 1 m deep hole in his head, as parts of the giant shattered, but it was not enough to kill him in one blow. There was something both giants had in common, which was that their defenses were powerful. Even Yuzhong could not possibly kill them off at one go. The Stone Giant roared out as his strength burst forth, both hands grabbing his head. Stones began to surge out from his body, replenishing the wound that Yuzhong caused. "I will not die." The 2 giants did not waste any more energy to attack, instead, devoting it to strengthening their defenses. Their combat experience was rich, and they knew the stronger the domain, the more taxing on the user. Yuzhong's God-Devil domain was definitely powerful, and it was impossible for it to be maintained it for long. Yuzhong had a strange glint in his eyes. "Stone Giant and Jade Giant, I can offer you a way out. Submit to me, work for me, and I will not pursue whatever you've done in the past. If you reject, then there'll only be death." A crafty look passed in the eyes of the Jade Giant, as he pretended to hesitate, and did not say anything. The Stone Giant also fell silent. "Not replying, that means you're not interested. Since that's the case, you might as well die." Yuzhong saw them keeping quiet and did not bother waiting. With a thought, he stepped into the God domain, as the angelic beings and holy manifestations went into his body, his strength surging and reaching the high Type 8 realm. After that, he retracted the god-devil domain, and sent out the flames domain, as the two giants found themselves suddenly enveloped by powerful flames. The flame domain was the strongest in terms of offense, and against the two giants, whose defenses were perversely high, it was the perfect counter. While in terms of might, the god-devil domain might be stronger than the flame domain, but the consumption was too high. Furthermore, it was not as concentrated on damage as compared to the flame domain, which sought to incinerate everything and anything. The moment the two giants were enveloped by flames, they felt their bodies turning red, as crackling sounds occurred. The jade giant's face turned in horror. "This is a flame domain! Flee!" The jade giant gathered his energy and tried to charge out of the domain. After all, the flame domain did not have a sealing ability like the god-devil domain. The stone giant also readied himself, preparing to charge out. However, at that instant Yu Zhong, who was enveloped with the god-devil flames, had already soared in front of the stone giant, and he charged straight at him in the form of a blazing pillar. Hong! Following a terrifying explosion, the stone giant was actually blasted apart in multiple pieces, as well as countless shards, and a huge life force went into Yu Zhong. After destroying the stone giant, Yu Zhong's wings of hope appeared in a flash, and he shot towards the jade giant. As he reached the airspace above the jade giant, there was a crazed look in his eyes. The jade giant roared out at him, "Damn human, let us perish together then!" In that instant, the jade giant began to detonate his jade laws, and a powerful explosion occurred, blasting outwards. "Damn bastard! He actually self-detonated!" Facing that sudden suicidal attack, Yu Zhong's face changed. He brought up his remaining right arm to block in front of him, while the wings of hope churned quickly to bring him backward. There was a bright bloom of a cloud in the shape of a mushroom, as everything within a dozen li was covered by countless jade pieces. Under that resplendent light, the entire region turned into jade, and every single living thing caught in the radius became jade sculptures. After the cloud dissipated, there was a sculpture that fell from the sky, landing on the ground and causing a huge ditch. It was precisely Yu Zhong himself, and half his body was already petrified into jade. The residual jade laws and energy were still trying to invade his body, and everything below his waist had already transformed into jade. He took in a deep breath, gritting his teeth, as he took out another huge container of Type 9 mutant beast blood, downing it. Damn it! That damn jade giant was a mess to deal with. Even in death, he cost me so much. As he absorbed the energy from the blood, he forcefully repressed the invasion of the jade energy. However, within a short span of time, he could not purge out the jade energy from his legs. That jade giant was almost half-step into the Type 9 realm. His self-explosion was indeed terrifying. Had it been anyone else, they would have been killed or turned into a jade sculpture. Even a Type 9 powerhouse would not get out of it unharmed. The fact that Yu Zhong was still living was incredible. Chapter 1129. Wyman. Along the way, many dead giants could be seen, each and every one of their corpses dried and emaciated, having been killed by the blood cloud. The rain cloud was like a pesticide, killing a huge number of the giants. However, there were still a few powerful Type 6 giants who were still surviving and wandering around. The blood rain might be effective against the low-level giants, but hardly against those high-level giants. Since the 13 Type 8 giants, who were the leaders, had been killed, the rest of the giants fell into chaos. Some of them charged towards Audania town, continuing to rampage, while others separated and fled for their lives. As Yu Zhong made use of the mechanical limbs to support himself back to Audania town, he noticed that the chaos was still present, and most of the human survivors were already evacuating. Inside the town, a dozen giants were still hunting down humans, as they gobbled up their unfortunate victims one by one. Yu Zhong controlled the blood manipulation to contain the rain outside of Audania town. Had he not downed that, then Audania town would have been a dead town, and no one could have survived. If he controlled it himself, it was possible to prevent the rain from culling human lives. However, as he had to focus on the Type 8 giants, the rain had no way of discerning friend from foe. The remaining human soldiers were being led by some of the experts of the town to hunt down the other low-level giants. One 4 m tall giant was walking along the streets of the town, when suddenly, it stopped in its tracks and came up to a house. He then slapped the roof away, revealing a mother-daughter pair within. The two ladies were shivering in fear, as the giant's expression contorted to reveal a savage grin, and he reached out to grab them. Pung! 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 All of a sudden, there was a burst of gunfire, as the bullets punched into the body of the giant, instantly creating thousands of holes on his body. The giant whirled around, seeing a burly man charging out at him with a 2 m long alloy blade, slashing down at his head. In a splatter of black blood, the giant's head was chopped off and rolled to the ground. The burly, middle-aged man swept the mother and daughter pair a look of concern. "Are you guys all right?" The mother cried out, thanking the man. "We're okay. Wyman, we're okay, thanks to you. Thank you." Wyman spoke in a low voice. "You guys had better escape too. We're not a match for these giants. We can only buy some time for y'all." Wyman was the top expert of Audania town. Although he could easily kill a 4 m tall giant, there were too many stronger giants out there in Audania town. Each of those who were above 10 m in height could easily kill him. Not to mention that there were some over 50 m. Those taller than 50 m had the ability to cause massive destruction to Audania town. Hearing Wyman's words, the mother and daughter quickly scrambled out of their house, heading for the outside of town. Right at this time, there was a scream of horror. "Help! Wyman, help!" Wyman turned around, only to see his good friend grabbed by a 30 m tall giant not far away, who was about to toss him into his mouth. The dozens of guards of the town were wielding their weapons, firing madly at the giant, and the bullets struck his body, to no avail, unfortunately. The giant then placed Wyman's good friend in his mouth, closing it with a loud crunching noise as he swallowed it amidst a savage grin. When the rest of the soldiers witnessed this cruel scene, they were all pale from fear. Many of them turned immediately, throwing their weapons aside, fleeing to the distance madly. Their fighting spirit was thoroughly broken. Wyman's eyes were filled with despair and rage, as he led the experts beside him charging towards the giant while roaring, "No! Altair!" The 20 elites beside Wyman followed him as they charged at the giant. The 30 m tall giant laughed savagely, turning his body and running right at Wyman. His strength was fearsome, and by running at full speed, he was able to reach 6 times that of the speed of sound. At almost a split second later, the giant had already appeared in front of Wyman mysteriously, reaching out to grab him. With a loud crack, the giant squeezed with strength, and there was a loud cracking sound of bones breaking from Wyman's body. "Let Wyman go!" The other human elites quickly rushed at the giant, letting out furious roars. The giant looked at the humans running towards him, and he smiled savagely, slapping out with his left hand, sending one of them flying, smashing into walls, turning into a pile of mashed meat from the impact. Seeing their comrades' gruesome death, the rest came to a halt, their bodies trembling from fear, with no courage to get closer. In front of this giant, they were truly ant-like existences. After slapping the human in front of him to death, the giant smiled viciously at Wyman, opening his huge and smelly mouth, intending to bite down on him. Wyman stared at the mouth in despair and fear. He had never been so close to death before. At the moment right before he was placed into the mouth, there was a bright flash of light that slammed through the head of the giant, bursting it apart. The moment he died, Wyman fell out of the slackened grip, as he turned to look towards the direction of the white light. "Uncle Wyman, are you all right?" Under his astonished gaze, 2 young women wearing enhanced mech armor, wielding A-grade particle cannons, came running towards him. They looked like futuristic soldiers. Wyman stared at the two familiar girls and asked with slight disbelief, "Aisha, Shijie, is it you?" As the top expert in Audania town, Wyman had also trained Aisha before. He knew her well and knew that before today, she definitely did not possess such equipment. Aisha spoke somewhat proudly, "It's me." Wyman asked curiously, "Aisha, how did you guys get this equipment? It doesn't look like anything from our Audania town." The other soldiers who had been trembling with fear and helpless earlier had looks of envy, as they stared at the equipment of the two ladies. They could tell that they were extraordinary. Aisha and Shijie had only been ordinary Type 3 hunters prior to this, however. With that equipment, they could blast a 30 m tall giant to death. The might of the equipment was apparent. "Yu Zhong gave these to us," Aisha replied quickly before frowning and said, "Uncle Wyman, we're going to hunt the remaining powerful giants. We'll leave the lower-level ones to you guys." Wyman replied swiftly, "All right, rest assured, we'll handle the low-level giants." He and his team had confidence in dealing with the giants lesser than 10 m tall. As they were about to go on their separate ways, Wyman asked suddenly, "Aisha, who is Yu Zhong?" He was wary of someone who could take out such advanced technology. To have a random powerhouse with such equipment appear without any reason, it was hard for him not to suspect Yu Zhong. Aisha frowned when suddenly she felt a feeling, and looked towards the distance at a 70 m tall giant, pointing, "Uncle Wyman, look for yourself, that's Yu Zhong." Wyman and the rest of the elites of Audania town turned to look at the giant, only to see Yu Zhong walking through the air, in an instant appearing atop the giant's head and punching downwards. With a loud blast, the head of the giant burst apart in a shower of blood. "Holy! Is that a human? Monster! He must be a monster! He actually killed a 70 m tall giant in a single punch." Wyman and the rest saw this and were shocked beyond disbelief. Their gazes were fixed upon Yu Zhong, only to see him flickering continuously, appearing on top of the giants above 50 m, and with each punch, he took out one giant. Their heads would burst apart, turning into a pile of minced meat. Wyman watched Yu Zhong kill those giants, as he let out a long breath, with a complicated gaze, too strong. To kill such powerful giants so easily, only the legendary Emperor could do so. Seems like Yu Zhong's strength is on par with the Emperor. Chapter 1130, Jody and Lena. The moment Yu Zhong acted, the remaining giants in Audania town were killed quickly. Even if he was fighting with his mechanical makeshift limbs, the lower-level Type 7 giants were not his match. After wiping them out, the town people began to stream back into their homes under the guidance of the mayor. Within the mayor's home, the mayor, Visny, greeted Yu Zhong respectfully. "Mr. Yu Zhong, thank you for acting to save us. This is a small token of appreciation, please accept it." After those words, the soldiers beside brought out a number of chests, revealing piles of gold that could turn a man blind with greed. When Aisha and Shijie saw the gold in the chests, their breathing became haggard and their eyes shone with desire. They had never seen such wealth in all their lives. Yu Zhong swept a look at the chests, grinning slightly, and with a wave of his hands, a bout of energy whisked them all up, channeling them into his storage ring. He waved his hands once more as he gathered a few thousand coins, forming two huge piles in front of Aisha and Shijie each. "These are yours. You guys had done quite a lot for the town as well." To Yu Zhong, the gold was not of much use after all. He did not plan on settling down here. Shijie immediately grabbed the fortune in front of her, her eyes flashing with delight as she laughed out in excitement. "Oh my God! I'm rich! Sis Aisha! I'm rich! Ha ha!" Aisha looked at her own pile, her eyes also harboring hope. However, she controlled her own greed as she spoke to Yu Zhong. Yuzhong, I hope to make use of the gold to purchase the set of equipment you loaned us earlier. The equipment was a powerful mech armor, and she was in love with it. If she could have such a suit, then she was invincible within the town. Visny also swiftly spoke up, Mr. Yuzhong, I also hope to purchase a few sets of equipment from you. Please state a price, and Audania town will do its best to fulfill your requirement. The great god world was truly cruel, with numerous savage beasts and all sorts of monsters. One could only feel safe with a strong backing or capital. Yuzhong was able to allow those two Type 3 experts kill Type 6 giant. That equipment was extremely alluring to Visny. If he could get his hands on a few, their town would be bolstered by a lot. Yuzhong rejected it instantly. I'm afraid not, I only have about 10 of that equipment. Hearing those words, Aisha and Visny had a disappointed look. Visny then spoke, since that's the case, forget it. However, I have one more request that I hope Mr. Yuzhong might be so kind as to agree. Yuzhong arched his brows. What is it? This time, Yuzhong had killed off the giants in the town, and one of the more important reasons was that there were Type 8 giants among the invaders. He could hunt Type 8 giants to power up, and it was not too much of a trouble for him. That was why he was willing to act. If he was requested to stay in the town to guard them over a long period, he was not willing. There was an expectant look on Visny's face. Mr. Yuzhong, since you already defeated the invading giants, we should not be bothering you further. However, these giants are a group that band together and are incredibly vicious. Since so many of them had died here, there would be even more giants coming to attack us. We hope that you can stay here to help us. If they had such an expert protecting Audania town, then they were sure to be safe. Yuzhong frowned and rejected coldly, Sorry, I'm just passing by. I will be leaving soon. I can't stay long. You had better evacuate the people towards the capital. They should send men to protect you, right? Yuzhong had too much on his hands back on Earth, and he would not stay in this small town to be a bodyguard. Hearing those cold words, everyone's face fell. Without him, there was no way they could defend against any of the giant. Visny had a perplexed look as he asked, Mr. Yuzhong, will you reconsider? If the inhabitants of the town had to move, then most of them would lose a lot of their asset. Along the way to the capital, it was not as if the route was entirely safe. If there were other man-eating species, then they would be at risk of being wiped out too. Yuzhong stood up to walk out. I've made my decision. Goodbye, Mayor Visny. Seeing Yuzhong leave, Aisha and Shijie quickly took up their gold and made to leave, chasing after him. Aisha looked at Yuzhong, her eyes flashing with a strange look as she asked, Yuzhong, are you really not staying? Yuzhong had saved her life and was the hero of Audania town. In her heart, she was already starting to have feelings for him. He replied solemnly, No, I have things I need to do. She fell into silent thoughts at that. Ah, that's... Just then, Yuzhong lifted his head abruptly and looked toward the distance, his eyes flashing strangely. In the skies, there was a fleet of 12 battleships that were flying towards them, each of them strange in shape and had different sizes. Among them, 10 of them were more than 1,000 meters long and had numerous particle cannons. They were surrounding 2 others which were over tens of thousands of meters long, which had a main cannon each. The main cannon was over 30 m large in diameter, carved with strange runes, and exuded a powerful pressure. The direction of the 12 battleships was Audania town. They were flying fairly fast, at over 3 times the speed of sound, and were soon above the town itself. The battleships then opened their doors, revealing hundreds of human soldiers who were equipped with mech armor and wielding particle cannons. These soldiers were flanking 2 young men and women, who were being treated in high esteem, as well as guarded by over 30 powerful experts in mech armor. They soared out on a mechanical platform, looking elegant and noble, with a hint of pride in their bearing. They were both sporting golden hair, their bodies and looks exquisite. The female had an alluring figure, and her skin was fair and smooth, with a beautiful face. There was a rumbling voice that announced their arrival. The great Prince Jody and Princess Lena have arrived. Once the voice sounded, Visney immediately came out of the mayor's house, staring at the two esteemed royalty with a look of idolization and excitement on his face. He fell to his knees and bowed as he spoke in a clear voice. Visney greets His Highness and Her Highness. For the both of you to grace Audania town with your presence, it is our eternal pleasure and honor. Long live Sirius Empire! Long live the great holy Sirius Empire! The Emperor did not abandon us. This is great, the great Emperor did not abandon us. Long live the great holy Sirius Empire! Hearing that voice, all the survivors of Audania town looked up at the two royals that had arrived, their eyes filled with the same fervor and excitement. At this critical moment, when the danger has yet to pass, the prince and princess had actually visited, which gave the inhabitants of the town higher morale, and their favorable impression of the royal family increased. Yuzhong took a look at them, his eyes filled with a strange glint. Are they from the Sirius Empire then? Good timing. He had originally intended to head to the capital to find the Emperor, to inquire about the point where the worlds met. If he could gain the information from the two royalty in front of him, then he had no need to head there. Jody descended from the sky, asking Visney with somewhat an urgent tone, Visney, where is the hero that dealt with those man-eating giants? In Audania town, there was equipment capable of long-distance communication. In fact, every town and city of the Holy Sirius Empire had some form of telecommunication between them. It was just that only the higher-ups could utilize them. The moment Jody and his entourage had heard of the events in Audania town, they had rushed over, in order to meet with the powerhouse who had killed the giants. Visney was slightly taken aback, and felt bitter until he turned and saw Yuzhong walking over. Overjoyed, he pointed to him. Your Highness, it is him who had killed the invaders and protected us. He is called Yuzhong. His words came out, and everyone swiveled to look at Yuzhong, their eyes filled with respect. Even Princess Lena had a curious gaze as she looked at Yuzhong carefully. Chapter 1131. Holy Heavens! The man-eating giants were one of the most dangerous predators of the human race, and their might was no joke. The guards of Jody and Lena were the elite troops of the Holy Sirius Empire. As the elite guards, they had undergone countless battles against other species, and not one of them were not aware of the terror of the man-eating giants. Each time those giants appeared, at least thousands or even tens of thousands of them would perish. With every 10 battles against those giants, the elite guards of the Holy Sirius Empire would lose 9 of them. They could barely deal with a group not amounting more than 30,000 of them, and only if there were no Type 8 existences. Now that Yuzhong appeared, a single person who could defeat an entire group of giants. Such strength was only seen in the Emperor himself. When Jody saw Yuzhong, his eyes brightened, and he went up to him, bowing deeply. Hello, Yuzhong, I'm Jody, pleased to meet you. Here, I represent the 300,000 inhabitants of Audania town to thank you for your help. Seeing Jody's demeanor, the elite guards were all appreciative, and their respect for this prince of theirs increased. The Emperor of the Holy Sirius Empire was still living all this while, and his children numbered over 300. Among them, many of them were arrogant and despotic, some stupid and even lecherous. With a gentlemanly charisma, as well as his attitude in his learning and treatment of others, Jody was considered one of the rare few. Thus, he was widely liked and many protected him. Yuzhong saw the warm Jody, his impression of him also favorable as he chuckled, Hey, I'm Yuzhong, pleased to meet you too. Lena stepped forward, smiling in a charming manner as she stretched out her fair and dainty hand. I'm Lena. It's nice to meet you, Yuzhong. Yuzhong smiled politely, and shook her hand gently as well, before releasing it. beautiful princess, it is an honor of mine." There was a strange look in Lena's eyes as she smiled coquettishly at him. Jody extended an invitation warmly. "Yu Zhong, let us head to our battleship to talk more." Yu Zhong agreed, "Sure." A beam of light cae down and landed on the group, instantly bringing them up into the battleship. Within the lavish living room of the enormous battleship, Yu Zhong, Jody, and Lena were seated on a sofa, while a number of pretty women dressed in military uniform came serving refreshments and placed them in front of the three of them, before leaving the room. Jody had a strange look as he directly asked, "Yu Zhong, did you come from the holy heavens?" Yu Zhong frowned and asked, "Holy heavens? What is that place?" Jody and Lena exchanged glances, obviously taken aback, before he continued curiously, "If you're not from the holy heavens, then where are you from? Doricini Empire or Zumton Empire?" Yu Zhong casually weaved a tall tale. "I have no idea where I came out from. I just know that the place I stay is about 10 times the size of Audania town, and there was a border around our area that no one could cross from where I came from. I had activated some statue by accident and was sent here. Audania town was the first human town that I came across." If this lie was spoken on Earth, few would believe it. However, the great god world was different. There were too many experts and all sorts of backgrounds. In fact, his tale sounded extremely believable. Jody nodded, so that was the case. In our great god world, there are simply too many hidden lands. You must have come from one of them. From the surface, it looked as though he had believed Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong continued asking, "Oh yeah, what is the holy heavens?" His intuition told him that it was an extremely important place. It seemed as though there were many other experts like him, otherwise Jody and Lena would not have asked if he was from there right away. Jody did not hesitate as he revealed the truth. The holy heavens is a holy land of our human race in this great god world. There, many experts from all corners of the world are gathered. Most of Type 9 experts or half-god characters are a part of the holy heavens. They are focused on protecting the human race from the other powerful species that threaten our existence. In truth, our Sirius Empire is a part of them as well. In the holy heavens, the experts are truly aplenty. Many of those heaven-defying geniuses could easily wipe out a horde of giants. It was because of this that when I heard that you had dealt with the invasion, I had automatically assumed you were from the holy heavens. Yu Zhong was moved when he heard this. Holy heavens? It seems that I need to make a trip there to check it out. With the experts there were sure to be many Type 9 powerhouses. If he could go and exchange some pointers with those experts, then it would be of great benefits to his growth. Yu Zhong continued to ask, "Where is the holy heavens? Are there any conditions for joining it?" Jody chuckled lightly and handed a small chest the size of a palm to him. "There's a map here, and there are markers to the place. The first condition of joining the holy heavens is to be a human. The second, a power level of Type 5 and above. Once you fulfill these two conditions, as well as going through a round of interviews, you can join the holy heavens. Lena and myself, we are also part of the holy heavens." Yu Zhong received the box, and his heart relaxed slightly. He smiled and his impression of Jody improved further. "Many thanks." Jody spoke warmly, "Don't mention it, Yu Zhong. In the holy heavens there are 5 main districts, namely the East, West, South, North, and Central temples. We belong to the Northern temple. If you do join the holy heavens, we hope that you can consider joining us too. That way we can fight side by side." Wherever there were people, there were sure to be strife. Within the holy heavens, with so many experts, they had likewise formed their own groups and associations. Jody was treating Yu Zhong warmly in the hopes that he could join them, thus relying on one another. Yu Zhong chuckled. Not a problem. He was not sure about the life here, and he needed to acclimatize himself as quickly as possible. With Jody's help, he would save the time and trouble. There was a look of joy in Jody's gaze. That's great to hear then. Lena, who had been smiling at the exchange between the two men, opened her mouth. Yu Zhong, the giants always had the habit of converging as long as one of them was not killed, and manages to report back to the others. There would be other waves of giants assaulting this area soon. Please assist us in purging them. Yu Zhong laughed slightly and shook himself as a few pieces of jade dropped from his body. He then spoke, with a hint of self-assured confidence, "Not a problem. Let's go kill those giants now. As long as we can find their gathering spot, I can take them all down." With the passing of time, the jade energy that had been suppressed was finally forced out by his body, and he was already recovering at an astonishing speed. As long as he had a day's time, he would be able to regain his peak strength. If it were any other Type 8 powerhouse, who had suffered such an attack, most would need a few dozen years, or 100 even, to deal with a wound that contained laws and principles of any nature. It was only Yu Zhong with his heaven-defying third-order god-devil body that allowed him to purge the foreign oddities from his body. Jody also laughed out in confidence. "All right, leave the locating of the enemies to me." With that, he pressed a button on the watch he was wearing, before issuing an order as naturally as a ruler. "It's Jody. Convey my orders. Immediately search for locations of the enemy, target the giants." With that, the huge battleship opened up, as a number of satellites were released into the skies, and when they reached an altitude of about 20,000 m, they extended swiftly, forming huge radar-like satellites, floating in the sky while conducting surveillance on the grounds below. At the same time, a number of unmanned drones the size of 2 basketballs flew out from the battleship as well, soaring outward in all directions to search. Under the two-pronged surveillance, a detailed and informative report of the terrain and region around was gathered. Within an hour, Jody laughed out loud. "The tracking is complete. The location of the giants is about 100 kilometers away from here, deep within a forest. Let's head there now." Yu Zhong looked at the battleship and its capabilities and was shocked. He could not help but ask, "Jody, it seems that the technology of the Sirius Empire is incredibly advanced. How come Audania Town is so backward?" The Holy Sirius Empire was obviously not backward in its technology, yet Audania Town seemed to be on par with Europe of the Middle Ages. This was something that Yu Zhong could not understand. Jody sighed as he laughed bitterly. "My father feels that only by abandoning technology that the human potential in cultivation can be unearthed. Therefore, other than the capital, most of the cities lack any form of technology." Chapter 1132. Wiping out the Giants. After hearing Jody's explanation, Yu Zhong finally understood why there was such a huge difference in technology. He also understood why the Emperor would do such a thing. Earth, before the apocalypse, was also an advanced world, with lack of cultivators and martial artists. It was not because the people of today were less smart, but because the effectiveness of such skills was not as comparable as a technologically advanced world. A martial artist could train for an entire 20 years, but would be easily taken out by some small thug with a bare proficiency in firearms wielding a gun. Under such circumstances, few would actually take the time to train. Furthermore, in the past, a person could easily win a small-scale war with their own prowess. That was why there were more cultivators in the past. It was precisely because of this that the Emperor of the Sirius Empire would ban technology for all the cities and towns. However, the usage of such equipment was important in a war. That was why the Central Army was equipped with such highly advanced stuff, hence, creating an imbalanced image. Yu Zhong was an outsider and was in no position to comment on the strategy. He smiled and did not continue harping on the subject. The 12 battleships flew over a dense and thick forest, which was formed of numerous huge trees that were easily over hundreds of meters tall. There were even some that extended beyond 200 m and 300 m. The forest covered a huge portion of the terrain, and one could hear the roars of wild beasts from within. "It's right here, Yuzhong. Let me clear the rubbish for you first." With a chuckle, Jody gave an order through his watch: "Execute the plan immediately. Begin the plan immediately." Under Jody's orders, the huge cannon on his battleship, that had a 30 m diameter, lit up with its countless runes glowing, as a huge form of energy gathered in the cannon. After 10 seconds, the mouth of the cannon lit up and a huge, light pillar of over 3 kilometers blasted downwards at the huge forest. Under that assault, everything within the diameter of the light beam was instantly vaporized, revealing a huge, ugly hole within the dense forest. Yuzhong could clearly see that at the edges of the hole, there were many human corpses. After firing that cannon, over 100 elites of the Sirius Empire's forces flew out of the battleship, equipped with their mech armor and particle cannons. The moment they appeared, they began firing their weapons into the forest, hitting the many giants who were currently gathered. Under those probing shots, the giants were all enraged and charged out towards them. There was a vicious glint in the eyes of one 60 m tall wind giant, as he opened his huge mouth to spit out a powerful wind blade, cleaving towards the soldiers. With a single swish, the huge wind blade went through one of the Sirius Empire's elite soldiers, slicing him cleanly in two, as blood and organs splattered out. Another 70 m tall flame giant swung out powerfully, sending balls of flames towards the soldiers. Although the soldiers continued to dodge and evade, one of them was still struck, unfortunately, and he caught on fire while screaming out in agony. Those giants were not only capable in close combat, but many of them had abilities of range. It was truly terrifying. Within a matter of seconds, a dozen elite soldiers had already fallen. Had they been any closer, they would have been wiped out. Jody swiftly gave the order, "Retreat." At that, the Sirius Empire elites began to retreat into the forest while firing a few more shots. They were intelligent and used the terrain to their advantage while dodging the ranged attack. With the trees acting as cover, the ranged attacks of the giants lost most of their strength. As for the giants, they were currently chasing at full speed and in a mad fury. Almost all the giants with ranged capabilities were throwing everything they had at the battleship in the sky. The 12 battleships in the skies had opened up their energy shields under Jody's orders earlier and were rising slowly to evade the attacks. Inside the ship, Jody observed the giants below and had an incredulous look. "Strange. The giants seem weaker for some reason? There doesn't seem to be any Type 8 giant holding the fort. What's going on? Usually there should be one. How come there isn't one right now?" Jody's army had clashed with the giants many times, and he knew their circumstances well. Now, seeing that no Type 8 giant was chasing after them, he could not help but feel bewildered. If there were any Type 8 powerhouses giant in their midst, they would have stepped into the air to assault their battleship already. Lena's gaze had a strange glint as she said, "What's strange about it? Since there are no Type 8 giants here, they must have all been killed in the earlier raid on Audania town." She then asked curiously, "Yuzhong, how many Type 8 giants did you kill exactly?" Yuzhong replied mildly, 13. When Jody heard that, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air, and exclaim somewhat, 13? Are you sure? You really killed 13 of them? Even Lena had a shocked look. Human Type 8 powerhouses were known to be weaker than any other race of the same realm. This was common knowledge. Of course, there were human Type 8 powerhouses that could kill other races easily, but these were the heaven-defying talents, who were rare, or they possessed some form of a treasure. Even among these geniuses, few could take on 10 on their own, killing so many Type 8 giants by themselves. Such an expert would have so much potential, a peak expert of the human race, and could possibly become a half-god existence. Jody and Lena had thought that they already evaluated him strongly, but now they could sense that they had truly underestimated him. "That's right. Yuzhong laughed and stood up before walking out. Those giants have already left the forest. I'll go clear them. After Yuzhong left, Lena suddenly asked Jody, "Jody, do you think he was telling the truth?" Jody signed, his gaze complicated. "Perhaps. He could take on the entire group of giants on his own. This is proof enough of his strength. He doesn't need to lie to us." There was a complicated look in her eyes, as she bit her lips, speaking with some jealousy. Then, isn't his strength already on par with the holy children of the temples? Jody and Lena were the esteemed prince and princess of the Holy Sirius Empire, and had cultivated to reach the Type 6 realm. However, within the holy heavens they were just ordinary people. There were so many people who had a strength that far surpassed them. The holy sons and daughters of the 5 great temples were all at the Type 8 realm, heaven-defying geniuses, and the weakest was still so much stronger than Jody or Lena and could view them with contempt. The emperor of the Holy Sirius Empire could not compare to any of the holy sons or daughters. Due to his ordinary talent, he was doomed to stay at the initial Type 8 realm for his entire life, with no hope of entering the Type 9 realm. Therefore, he was not as valuable. Jody had a wise look as he spoke, perhaps. "Lena, the stronger Yuzhong is, the more beneficial it is for us. We have to get in his good books and attract him over to our northern temple. If he could even become a holy son of the temple, then we would be rewarded more." Lena nodded. She was just slightly jealous of Yuzhong's talents, but she was smart, and she knew the crux of the matter, as she turned to look at Yuzhong. Yuzhong soared out of the battleship and saw the countless giants running towards him. There were even over 40 Type 7 giants manipulating the atmospheric energy to soar towards him. However, they were not of the air, thus their speed wasn't fast. "Go to hell!" Yuzhong stared at them with a cold look, and with a wave of his hands, a bright blood light shot towards the skies, turning into a blood cloud that started pouring on them. Within seconds, thousands of them were instantly sucked dry and turned into emaciated corpses. Jody saw the scene and felt a chill down his back. What terrifying means! This Yuzhong is truly terrifying. Chapter 1133 Imperial Conflict. Lena looked at Yuzhong with a strange gaze, speaking slowly. His strength has already surpassed the central holy sun of the holy heavens. In the great god world, powerhouses were revered. The stronger that Yuzhong seemed, the more he would be respected. Lena was ambitious, and seeing that he was able to take out over thousands of giants in a single move, she could not help but feel a stir in her heart. After all, there were so many experts within the holy heavens. All the powerful people were gathered there. Although Lena was one of the princesses from the Holy Sirius Empire, with her strength, she would not even have the qualifications to be a concubine of any of the holy sons. If she could get Yuzhong within her grasp, her future was sure to be bright. Under Yuzhong's control, the huge patch of blood rain managed to consume the giants and wiped most of them out. There were only the dozens of Type 7 giants left, who were pushed to the brink of insanity. Their bodies were wrapped in a layer of energy, blocking the invasion of the rain, as they charged at Yuzhong madly. Facing the remaining Type 7 giants, Yuzhong's gaze was cold. He pointed out, and in an instant, a powerful energy blade congealed towards the group of giants. With a single sweep, all of them were sliced in two at the waist, as blood splattered, and their corpses fell out of the sky. Strong! That was too insane. This human is formidable. Monster! He's a freak! When the soldiers saw how easily Yuzhong slew the hundreds and thousands of giants, they were all stunned with their mouths agape, their gazes filled with awe and shock. Such a group of giants was not something Lena and Jody's forces could take on without suffering huge losses. However, this group of giants was actually taken out by Yuzhong in a second, causing them to feel a sense of fear. When Yuzhong was done, he flashed and reappeared in the battleship. Jody came up to him, smiling. Yuzhong, you're truly strong. With your strength, it would be easy for you to become the holy son of our northern temple. When that time comes, please take good care of us. Yuzhong laughed lightly. Sure. Since the giants have been dealt with, let's head to the holy heavens then. Sure. Jody nodded and gave the order, move out. Coordinates. Holy heavens. With that, the entire fleet set off into the distance. Inside the dense forest, one green giant who looked no different from the trees around him, stared at the leaving battleships with a deep hatred. Damn humans, you dare hunt our giant clan. I will not let you off. The great god world was truly vast. The two main battleships of Jody's fleet were B-grade battleships, and their maximum speed could reach up to Mach 20. The group sat on the battleship for an entire day, before arriving at the capital of the Holy Sirius Empire. Yuzhong looked at the capital and could not help but praise. Not bad, is this your capital? It's beautiful. The Holy Sirius Empire was very different from Audania town. In the skies there were 156 satellites. Surrounding the city were 8 mechanical fortresses floating in the air. There were also 3 airship fleets that patrolled the space constantly, conducting surveillance and maintaining security. Other than that, there was also a huge wall of over 200 m tall, its entirety bright and resplendent like jade. On top of the wall, there were many soldiers equipped with mech armors and particle cannons. At the same time, one could see countless advanced technology at various hidden corners. The defense of this Holy Sirius Empire was tighter and more advanced than anything Yuzhong had obtained for Earth from all his travels. When Aisha saw the futuristic city of the capital, even she was awestruck. Audania town was as backward as the Middle Ages, and the Holy Sirius Empire seemed as though it was far more advanced than Earth by a large margin. Such a vast difference made Aisha feel like a bumpkin. Of the 2 youthful ladies, Shijia had family in the town, thus Aisha, who was on her own, chose to follow by Yuzhong's side, hoping to broaden her horizons. Jody turned to Yuzhong and explained, "That's right, this is the capital of the Holy Sirius Empire, Guha City. The great god world is huge. In order to reach the holy heavens, one would have to make use of the transport gate here in the capital. Otherwise, you would have to go through 435 different kingdoms to reach it, and it would take at least half a year's time." Yuzhong was slightly taken aback as he narrowed his eyes. 435 kingdoms? How are these kingdoms compared to the Holy Sirius Empire? Jody chuckled. Of the 435, the weakest is about half of our strength. Most of them are stronger than us. The strongest has a Type 9, half-god powerhouse holding the fort, and the kingdom is definitely more than 100 times stronger than ours. Yuzhong was shocked by now. This world is truly something. Even the Radiant battleship cannot transcend this area. The number of people here in the Sirius Empire alone numbers over 10 billion, with over 435 kingdoms added together, there has to be at least 5 trillion. With so many people, no wonder there are more Type 9s here. Jody then invited warmly, "Yuzhong, opening the spatial gate is no small matter. I need to report to our father first. The shortest might still be a day. Why not come to my palace and let me host you properly?" He knew that his position within the holy heavens was not high. Even the entire Holy Sirius Empire was not particularly highly regarded in the holy heavens. They were just a sort of passage for talents to get there. Any envoy from the holy heavens could easily surpass Jody and the rest of his siblings. That was why he wanted to win Yuzhong over. If there were any troubles in the future, he would at least have some backing. Yuzhong agreed, sure. The huge battleship came to a stop at the port of Guha City, and the party came out and headed for the inner city. Aisha walked excitedly, as she saw the automated cleaning robots on the streets, her eyes brightening as she pulled on Yuzhong's hands. "Yuzhong, look, what is that?" Yuzhong took a glance and replied mildly, "They should be automated cleaning robots. Compared to Aisha, who had never even seen a television before, Yu Zhong's concept of technology back on Earth was much more advanced, and could roughly guess what those were. Jody chuckled. That's right, these are automated cleaning robots. They even have the function of maintaining security. Anytime there's a minor issue with security, they would handle it. They can also give directions, answer basic questions about laws, and considered somewhat robot police enforcers. Yu Zhong had an idea then. These robots are pretty decent. Seems like when I head back to Earth, I need to produce some cleaning and policing robots. With the amount of technology and resources he obtained from the Mech Kingdom, he was truly poised to produce enough robots to last a lifetime. However, most of them were geared for war use, and not much had been developed in the civil sense. On Earth, the human race was fragile, thus, the military was the most important. Yu Zhong was not an invincible entity yet, thus he needed to focus on the military, while the civilian side suffered less priority. Right at this moment there was an arrogant voice that sounded, "Brother Jody, your taste is quite poor, to actually mix with such riff-raff. You've thrown the face of our holy serious Empire royal clan." Yu Zhong frowned and looked towards the sound. Only to see 8 lavishly dressed young men and women, with an air of nobility and elegance, and behind them were 20 powerful experts, decked in mech armor, their faces solemn, and their killing intent palpable. Among them, the leader was one who wore a black suit, had short, golden hair, and he looked about 30 to 40% similar to Jody. However, his look of arrogance was off-putting, and he stared at Yu Zhong coldly, and with disdain, barking, "Lowly citizen, what are you looking at? Damn trash, this seat is irked by the sight of you. Men, go dig out his eyeballs for me. Then grab that woman beside him, I'll have a good time with her." "Yes, your highness." One burly guard behind the young man responded and waved his hands, as 2 guards stepped forwards towards Yu Zhong and Aisha. Yu Zhong was filled with a killing intent when he heard this, and he coldly swept a glance at Jody. Feeling that gaze, Jody felt his entire body doused in a freezing aura as he stepped forwards and barked out, "Stop!" Under that enraged shout, the 2 guards halted, not daring to step forward. Jody was, after all, a prince as well, and these small characters were unwilling to act against him. Chapter 1134. Killing Everyone Present. Jody had a cold look as he barked at the other prince, "Georgie, Yu Zhong is my guest. If you dare touch him, I will not let you off." Georgie had a look of disgust on his face as he roared out in a domineering manner, "Brother Jody, these are just some lowly commoners. Who the hell are they? By the time I'm done with them, I will return them to you. The 2 of you, what are you waiting for? You want me to throw you into the leopard cage?" Since the Emperor of the Holy Serious Empire had lived for so many years, his children were too many to count. It was even enough to form a regiment of soldiers on their own. There were all sorts of characters among them. Compared to Jody, Georgie was a talented cultivator, reaching the peak Type 6 stage by the age of 65. Among the numerous children of the Emperor, he was considered the top in talent and received love from Emperor George. Due to his age, plus having spent most of his time training, coupled with the doting of Emperor George, he was extremely despotic and arrogant. He had lustful tendencies and was violent, treating commoners like trash. His demeanor was vastly different from Jody. Each time they met, he would try to humiliate Jody. Yu Zhong and Aisha had thus become the target for his intended humiliation. As the energy in the great god world was abundant, most of the cultivators led long lives. A normal Type 6 powerhouse would usually be above 600 years old. 65 was considered a youth by Earth standards. "Pardon our offense, your highness." Hearing Georgie's threat, the 2 soldiers felt a chill and quickly pounced towards Yu Zhong and Aisha. Within Guha City, Georgie truly did as he liked, and had toyed many people to death. The 2 guards did not wish to be added on to the death count. "Scram for me!" Jody had a furious gaze as he roared out, turning into 2 shadows and charged right at the 2 guards. Both silhouettes shot out punches at them. The 2 guards were at the peak Type 5 realm, and had the most advanced of mech armors, possessing abundant experience in combat. Although they were suppressed by Jody, they were not defeated instantly. Georgie laughed out loud in arrogance, waving his hands. "Ha ha ha! Brother Jody, you're truly useless. To think you can't even beat my guards. All of you go. Get those 2 for me. Don't harm my brother Jody. Just teach him a lesson, ha ha ha." "Yes, Your Highness." The guards behind Georgie all responded loudly and pounced towards Yuzhong. Lena stepped forward, her own face also frosty as she barked. "Georgie, stopped. Yuzhong is my guest too. You want to bring harm to my guest?" One mature lady among Georgie's entourage, who had heavy makeup and a sexy figure, laughed out as she spoke sarcastically. "Lena, it's just 2 wretched commoners. Are they worth your anger? I recently purchased a pair of twins. They're fun to play with. Give Georgie those 2 and I can gift you those 2. How about it? They're from a noble clan, if you must know." Georgie loved to play with women, not letting those he set his sights on off. Those who followed him were of the same feather, indulging in their pleasures. To these rich playboys, only those of noble and royal birth were people. Commoners were lower existences and could be killed without any remorse. It was easy to recognize Aisha as a country bumpkin from the first look, without a single air of nobility. Yuzhong was also dressed in casual clothes and had an ordinary look. That was why they assumed these were easy targets. One young man, who was thin, his face sallow and there was even an air of gloom between his eyebrows, chuckled. "Your Highness Georgie, that woman seems decent. After you're done, can you give her to me? I want to train her into a proper bitch." Georgie laughed out wantonly. "Haha, no problem at all. Once I'm done, I will give her to you. Haha." There was a look of joy and lust on that man's face as he thanked Georgie. "Thank you, Your Highness." Another beauty within their group, who wore a revealing leather suit, with most her flesh exposed, sneered and suggested, "The man is also not too bad. Once I train him to be a good dog, and put him in the dog farm, let him watch the female being fucked by the other dogs. Wouldn't that be interesting?" "That's right. Lena, good idea. That is an interesting preposition." When the rest of the group heard this, they laughed out in an unbridled manner. Having been from prestigious families, they had toyed with others to the point of boredom. The more they pushed boundaries and finding new thrills, the more they enjoyed themselves. Inside Guha City, other than Emperor George, no one could control these bunch of upstarts. This was why they were able to be so unbridled and run around uncontrolled, acting so viciously. Lena's face turned even colder, as she felt her heart clench in anger. Her body started to tremble with rage as she barked out angrily, "Idiots, are you looking to die?" She knew the terror of the 2 behind her. Aisha might be an ordinary country bumpkin, but Yu Zhong's might was unimaginable and was someone who could easily wipe out an entire horde of giants in a second. Such an expert was no pushover. As expected, a chilly voice sounded from behind her, causing her to freeze in fear. "Since you're all looking for death, you can die then." Behind Lena, Yu Zhong pointed out with a finger, and in an instant, the surrounding energy congealed into multiple powerful blades that slashed across the numerous soldiers behind, who were equipped with mech armor and had been through countless battles. At that moment, those soldiers who were all at least at the Type 5 realm were sliced apart by the numerous blades, their body parts and broken armor scattering across the ground. Witnessing this gory scene, the entire group which had been talking loudly fell silent, their faces ashen as they began to tremble. Among them, one of the young men trembled and shouted out hoarsely, You dare to kill the elite guards? This is a capital offense. You're still not kneeling to surrender?" When our holy serious empire forces reach, your entire family would be wiped out. My family? What a joke! Before that, you can go to hell first. Yu Zhong laughed coldly and waved his hands as another energy blade formed and directly separated the man's head from his body. After killing the man, Yu Zhong's gaze fell upon the one called Lina, his killing intent apparent for all to see. Lina's face was pale as she trembled, screaming out in fear, "You can't kill me! You can't kill me! My father Max is the right-hand man of the Emperor. If you kill me, he would not let you off. He will definitely hunt you down and make you die a horrible death. Your father will join you below. Go first and wait for him." Yu Zhong's voice was icy as his energy blade slashed out, directly splitting her in half. After that, Yu Zhong's gaze swept and fell upon the gloomy man. The unfortunate guy was so frightened that he pissed himself, his body trembling uncontrollably. He got down on his knees as he kowtowed profusely, "Don't kill me! Please! I can give you all my beautiful women. Spare my dog life. My father, Hammond, is the Minister of Justice, and he would not let this go too." Yu Zhong swiped his hand carelessly, allowing the energy blade to fall once more, slicing him in two. "Let him find me then. I'll get him to join you." Seeing Yu Zhong slaughter 3 of their friends consecutively without any mercy, the remaining people were frightened out of their wits. The sultry woman at the start kneeled on the ground, acting like a female dog as she sobbed and crawled to Yu Zhong. "Don't kill me, please! Sir, spare me! I can be your bitch, spare my lowly life. I didn't mean what I said earlier, spare me please." Yu Zhong stared at her coldly. Her beauty did nothing to hide her venomous heart, and his eyes flashed with an icy glint before the energy blade slashed down on her head, without the slightest mercy. Another despotic member of the group had a frenzied look by now, as he shouted out in madness, "Since he wants to kill all of us, let's fight it out with him. We can't let him live." With another swish, the head of that man was sliced apart. "Warning, warning! You have flouted the 136th law of the Holy Serious Empire, murdering others. Immediately cease your resistance, or we will act against you." At this point, the countless cleaning robots began to swarm over, having activated their security measures. The entire Guha city was blaring with alarms by now. Seeing those robots, the rest of the group had a look of hope. If the robots were able to stop Yu Zhong, they would have the chance to flee. Seeing the robots, Prince Georgie, who had been watching the entire thing with an ashen expression, spoke slowly, "Mr. Yu Zhong, this was our fault. We didn't recognize your esteemed self, and had offended you. Please forgive our mistake." Chapter 1135. Dominance. Georgie had a fleeting killing intent in his eyes, as he spoke in neither servile nor overbearing tone. "Since you've already killed so many of our people, why don't we both take a step back and let this go? This is after all the Imperial City. If things get blown up, it would not be good for you." He was not stupid, although he went around and lorded over others. He knew when to watch himself. It was obvious that Yu Zhong was above the Type 7 realm. If he was to truly go on a rampage, he would be killed within a second. The only way out was to give in for now and hit back for revenge later down the road. Georgie had a venomous look in his eyes as he thought viciously, "Today's matters, I will definitely not let it go. Once I leave, I will activate the troops to tear this bloody Yu Zhong into countless pieces, to give vent to this anger of mine." Jody frowned slightly as he came up to Yu Zhong and persuaded, "Yu Zhong, why not we just forget about it? These men and women are all children of important officials of the Holy Serious Empire. If you were to continue, those old fellows would not let this go." Yu Zhong ignored him, his face an icy mask, as he swept a disdainful glance at the robots and laughed coldly, "A bunch of trash robots, you want to stop me? Break." A powerful atmospheric energy then wrapped the robots, and in an instant, they all exploded, turning into piles of metal. After killing those robots, Yuzhong turned and reached out to grab at thin air, as a number of energy-formed hands wrapped around the remaining despotic members of the group, and crushed them. There was a unison of cracks, as the few people were turned into meat paste. Seeing how vicious Yuzhong was, Georgie's countenance turned even uglier, his eyes finally revealing a hint of fear. He was used to being the vicious and dominating one, slaughtering whoever he liked. However, he was also a huge coward, that treasured his own life and was fearful of death. "Stop!" At the same time, the few members of Georgie's group were crushed. There was an enraged shout that traveled from the skies. A number of soldiers equipped with powerful mech armor suddenly appeared as they shot through the skies and descended on the scene. As the entire city was within the surveillance of their integrated network, the moment Yuzhong had killed the first scion, he was already discovered. If he had killed someone ordinary, it would not be an issue. However, everyone he killed was all scions of high-ranking officials. Each death would represent a huge uproar in the city. Because of this, the Empire had quickly reacted and dispatched their elite soldiers towards the scene. Seeing the numerous experts, Georgie no longer held his fury in check as he roared out, "Yuzhong, do you see that? All of Guha City's strength has been activated. Surrender now and you may yet have a chance. I can plead for you in front of my father. Otherwise, there'll only be death. Even the woman beside you will be implicated. She would suffer a fate worse than death. If you dare kill me, the great Emperor George, my father, will not let you off." Jody frowned and urged Yuzhong, "Yuzhong, it's enough. If you were to kill him, father would really not let this matter go." Yuzhong glanced at him, his gaze icy, his tone incomparably cold. "Jody, this bastard has to die. If you want to stop me, then you'll be my enemy." Georgie had a nasty character, viewing commoners as ants, and toyed with them. Such a person could not be any higher on Yuzhong's hated list. If he did not have the strength, then there was no choice. However, now that he had the might, he would not let such scum off. While there were many such characters under the sun, and he naturally could not deal with all of them, as long as he came across one, he would not mind killing them as a favor to the rest of humanity. The vile actions of scum like Georgie and his friends had thoroughly crossed Yuzhong's line. He had thus come to the decision in his fury, even if he had to kill the rest of the experts in order to deal with them, he would do so. Stared at by Yuzhong, Jody felt his heart shudder, and he retreated a few steps, keeping silent. Lena frowned and stepped up to pull Jody, shaking her head gently. She had witnessed Yuzhong's might, and it was obvious he had many more trump cards. If he were to go crazy, the whole Guha city might be annihilated. Their exchange was heard by everybody. When Georgie heard Yuzhong's voice, his face fell, and he pulled out a white box the size of a palm and roared out in haste, "Father? Save me! Someone wants to kill me!" Immediately, a huge Type 8 pressure billowed from the palace within Guha City, as a thunderous voice rang out, "Who? Who dares kill the son of Emperor George?" Yuzhong had a look of ridicule as he grabbed Georgie. "It's useless, even if the heavens themselves came down, they can't save you. You're destined to die today." A huge palm of energy then swiped downwards at Georgie without mercy. Georgie's face fell and tried to react at the first moment. His body tensed up and his muscles became taut, as he punched out with over 100 palms in an instant, slamming into Yuzhong's energy palm. His reaction was fast and exemplary. However, there was a vast difference in strength between the both of them. All of Georgie's defenses were broken through and he was grabbed. The moment he was caught, his aggressive demeanor crumbled as he began to plead, "Don't kill me! Please! Please don't kill me! I can give you all my wealth. I can hand my women, as well as 3,000 other virgins. Please spare me. The scene of how Yuzhong crushed the rest of his friends resurfaced in his mind, and his fear was heightened once more. I'm the commander of the Central Guards, Airman, put down His Highness. Everything can be discussed. An enraged roar sounded, as numerous elite guards surrounded the place, and the leader stepped through the air, emitting a Type 7 aura as he barked at Yuzhong. Over 1,000 of the guards had converged on this location, surrounding Yuzhong tightly as they eyed him warily. They did not dare to act impertinently, as their prince was in his hands. Furthermore, Georgie was Emperor George's favorite son. If he were to die, their fates would be sealed. Even when encircled by those elites, Yuzhong's eyes turned cold as he closed his right hand tightly. You can atone for those innocents who had died at your hands. No! Screaming out in despair and fear, the human scum was finally crushed. No! Airman saw Georgie squeezed to death and let out a howl of agony, his eyes scarlet red as he ordered in fury, "Kill him!" Georgie had been killed in front of him. Emperor George would definitely not let him off. At best, he would be reduced to a commoner and had to work his way up again. At worst, he would be killed. Jody's face fell as he roared out, "Stop!" Jody's words would usually be heeded by airmen. However, the commander was enraged and had lost his rationality. The thousands of elites were charging at Yuzhong in rage as well. At that instant, numerous particle beams fired out at Yuzhong. Bunch of ants, die! Yuzhong looked to the sky, his eyes flashing with a cold glint. The atmospheric energy then gathered around him and transformed into countless swords and blades. In that instant, all 1,000 elites were slaughtered, turning into a pile of meat and metal. At that moment, Emperor George had just arrived at the scene, and he stopped at a distance of about 3 kilometers from Yuzhong, his voice ringing out, "I am Emperor George of the Holy Sirius Empire. May I ask, who are you? Why did you start slaughtering the moment you came to Guha City, and even killed me, son Georgie?" The distance was enough for him to react should anything happen. With his measures, he was certain he could flee even if the opponent was a peak Type 8 expert. Yuzhong stared at Georgie and spoke solemnly, "I'm Yuzhong, and I was invited by Prince Jody and Princess Lena to visit your Guha City as a guest. Your son Georgie and his bunch of trash friends had offended me and crossed my boundaries. Naturally, they had to pay the price. As for the rest, since they attacked me, I killed them in retaliation." Lena immediately stepped forward. "Father, Yuzhong is indeed a guest we invited. He had helped to solve the giants' issue at Audania Town, wiping out the 2 groups, and he is a true hero. This time, he is here in preparation to enter the holy heavens to join the Northern Temple." Chapter 1136. George. What? He actually slaughtered 2 groups of man-eating giants by himself? When George heard Lena's words, his heart was filled with shock. If there was a place with 2 groups of giants, there was sure to be at least 4 Type 8 giant. The Holy Sirius Empire would come to clashes with them once in a while, and most of the time, they would be at the losing end. Their rare victories were against the groups which no Type 8 giant. George himself did not have the ability to wipe out 2 whole groups of giants by himself, and he understood Yuzhong's strength in an instant. With his ability to deal with giants, even if the entire Guha city deployed all its trump cards, the end result would be at best, both sides suffering heavy casualties. If he were not careful, it was possible that Guha city might be annihilated as well. As the Emperor of the Holy Sirius Empire, George was no simple character. He came to a judgment quickly and immediately smiled warmly at Yuzhong, directly bowing and apologizing. "So it was like that. I apologize, Mr. Yuzhong, for my failure to discipline those fellows, causing them to offend you." Jody and Lena stared at their father, their eyes filled with shock, but immediately after, relief. George was fierce usually, but facing the stronger Yuzhong, there was nothing in lowering himself. Before he had come to govern the Holy Sirius Empire, he had been through so much more in the past. Yuzhong looked at George and spoke without standing on ceremony. George, those scum that had offended me, did so because of their backing and used it to threaten me. I'm not satisfied, other than Georgie, I want to wipe out those who backed those lowlifes. George chuckled lightly, stepping towards Yuzhong as he replied, Not a problem, I've been busy cultivating these few years, and thus my management of Guha City has relaxed. That is why there are so many scum. It was a mistake on my part. I will definitely deal with them and give you a proper answer. George then gave an order to a Type 7 powerhouse besides him. IBI, convey my orders, go get Prime Minister Max, Minister of Law Hammond, and all of them are to be thrown into jail. If there's any resistance, kill them without mercy. Jody and Lena, who stood one side, watched George giving orders with a complicated gaze. They knew that under those orders, most of the big shots who could affect the Holy Sirius Empire were going to be stripped of their posts. Even Jody and Lena had to view these people with respect and fear in the past. However, a single sentence of Yuzhong changed things. IBI bowed and swiftly led 20 experts with him. Yes, Your Majesty. George then invited warmly, Yuzhong, in order to open the spatial gate, it would take a day's time. While waiting, why not come over to my palace and have some fun? Let me host you and build our friendship. Yuzhong replied without batting an eyelid, however, I've already promised Jody and Lena to go to their palaces. George swept the two a stern look and ordered, Jody, Lena, come to the Imperial Palace and help me treat Yuzhong as well. Jody and Lena could only respond, Yes, Father. George then smiled at Yuzhong, This way please. Yuzhong chuckled and brought Aisha as they followed George towards the palace. George took a look at Aisha and asked, Yuzhong, is this your woman? Aisha felt flushed as she replied hastily, Your Majesty, I'm not. To Aisha, George was the mighty emperor of the Holy Sirius Empire and deserved idolization and reverence. When she was young, she had heard the stories of how he established the empire all by himself. Seeing him in person, she was a little flustered. Yuzhong chuckled and did not say much. Before George established the kingdom, he had been a commoner as well, having been through countless miracles and hardships to reach where he was. He was a man of charms, and once he put down his identity and took the initiative to befriend Yuzhong, both sides got along well. He might not be on the level of those holy sons and daughters, but with his Type 8 strength, he was still a decent character within the holy heavens and knew many things. Yuzhong thus benefited. The great god world was incomparably vast, with numerous races and species, as well as countless hidden gateways that could access the 800 worlds. In this great god world, where countless races reside, and experts were aplenty, there were still 4 main classifications. They were the human race, the mutant beast race, the man-eating race, and the devil's race. Of these 4, the devils were the strongest, while the humans were the weakest. The mutant beasts were second and the man-eating races were the third. Each main group was made out of countless other subcategories, and the man-eating giants were one of those under the man-eating race. The Azura clan would be something that fell under the devil's race. Among the 4 races, there had always been a competition for resources and treasures, in order to break through and escape from the cage of control. Conflicts and wars were inevitable, and thus, hatred ran deep. For the sake of the whole of humanity, the human race created the holy heavens, and with it, all the human experts gathered, establishing a foothold in this cruel world. The humans had their holy heavens, and the man-eating race had their own divine temple. The devils had their 10,000 devil altar, and the mutant beasts had a relaxed union. Other than these 4 main groups, there were numerous others as well that did not get involved in the conflict, living their own lives. At the same time, within the great god world, there were many forbidden lands, where it was rumored to be formed from the battles between Type 10 legends. Even Type 9 powerhouses would fall if they entered. Inside these forbidden lands, there were sure to be countless treasures, and the imprints left behind by those Type 10 powerhouses. Every year, there would be numerous experts who tried their luck within. Many perished, but at the same time, with risk came reward, and many others earned their way into becoming overlords of their own lands. George then extended a warm invitation to Yuzhong. "It's dinner time, come, Yuzhong, let us have a good meal together." Having lived for so long, he was still approachable, knowing where the lines were and was good with his words. In front of Yuzhong, he did not exude the bearing of an emperor, instead, maintaining the aura of an ordinary person, and through his efforts, Yuzhong and he were already good friends throughout the journey. Yuzhong chuckled, "Sure." George then revealed a mysterious smile. "I'll bring you to a fun place in a while, and let you enjoy yourself." After dinner, George brought Yuzhong away from the palace and came to a lavish center not far from the palace, and it was beautifully furnished. George donned a mask and handed another mask to Yuzhong. "Here, this is for you." Two beautiful ladies with alluring figures then came up to the two of them, saying, "Sirs, please take out your member cards." George laughed lightly and handed a white gold card to one of the beautiful ladies. She took one look at the card and her attitude became even more respectful. "So you're an esteemed guest, please come with me." Under her lead, the two of them entered the building. George then brought Yuzhong to a room located on the second floor deep within the center, where one could see below, although the people below could not see above. Inside the room, there were a number of maidservants who brought rare delicacies into the room for both of them to enjoy. George casually placed a fruit into his mouth before pointing below. "Yuzhong, you must be wondering why I brought you here. Take a look below." Yuzhong peered down curiously, and noticed many men and women with masks, holding wine glasses in their hands as they chit-chat. At the center of the hall below there was a huge pool and a few couples were grooving with one another. "Yuzhong, those below are all nobility of the Holy Sirius Empire. This is an entertainment and thrill center. As long as there is a pair who likes one another, they could head to another room to do their business." With the masks, they feel assured that their identities would not be revealed. "In truth, I know clearly who they all are. Look at that particular pair. The woman is the wife of the Marquis of Wharton, and the man with her is her father-in-law, the old Marquis of Wharton. They had already engaged in activities here no less than 10 times. Haha, isn't it interesting? The Marquis of Wharton is actually made a cuckold by his own father. Haha, it's really funny." George waved his hands, and the masks were revealed only to himself and Yuzhong, as he pointed excitedly and laughed. As Yuzhong listened, he understood that this George had the fetish of voyeurism. He was not interested in the private affairs of others, thus he just listened while helping himself to the food. George laughed lightly. "Yuzhong, every woman below is a noble. Some of them are even high in the social class. See if any caught your eye and just choose." The moment they entered, they have no way of disobeying the orders of the owner of this box. Every one of them is a decent quality good. Chapter 1137. The Fong Clan. George continued to point out a few top beauties as he laughed gently. Those are from powerful backgrounds in Guha City, and are influential madams and wives within the city. Many of the young male ministers are under their skirts, and thus they're proud and arrogant. They came here purely to seek a thrill and enjoy the atmosphere, and would not engage in illicit affairs that casually. However, if you just say the word, they will be yours. Yuzhong looked down below, noticing the few prominent females. As George said, they had an aura about them, their bodies sexy and their features beautiful. They carried themselves with elegance and power, causing one to feel the desire to dominate them. Many males had the intention to dominate these women of power and press them beneath. It would give them a sense of achievement. Yu Zhong swept a gaze before turning to look at the food. I'm not interested. George laughed and pressed a button. That's true. Those women are not worthy. However, there's one that you might be interested in. At that moment, smoke started to billow on the stage below. Within the fog, a fairy-like maiden stepped out carefully but gracefully, her long black hair accentuating her jade-like features. Coupled with her demeanor and the clothes that she wore, it was a picture of perfection. Dong Yu Yao. It's Dong Yu Yao. That's the top beauty and idol superstar of the Four Kingdoms. What is she doing here? That's Dong Yu Yao. Who would have thought that I could see her in person? The fair maiden with perfect looks and charm caused a huge uproar the moment she appeared. Looks of admiration, love, envy, worship, longing, greed, lust, all fell upon the stage. Yu Zhong was affected by the commotion below and looked towards the stage. When he saw Dong Yu Yao, his heart could not help but be shocked, as a distant memory resurfaced in his mind, and the silhouette of a young girl in his mind merged with the Dong Yu Yao on stage as he blurted out, Jing Qi! On stage, the beautiful Dong Yu Yao bore a 30% resemblance to Yu Zhong's first love. It was just that Dong Yu Yao was a lot more attractive and eye-catching. Dong Yu Yao walked through the smoke, her eyes bright like crystals. Her beautiful lips parted, and the next moment, an unearthly melodious voice resounded throughout the hall. The moment she started singing, the noisy venue quietened down, and everyone became immersed in the singing, their expressions of bliss. Dong Yu Yao had an incredible quality to her voice, to the point of being almost mysterious, as it was able to calm down one's heart and bring back beautiful memories. Inside the venue, everyone was reminiscing about their childhood memories, and without knowing, many of them began to tear up slightly. As for Yu Zhong, even at his Type 8 stage, his immense willpower and fortitude, he could not help but recall his wild and young, passionate days. The first time he saw the girl. The first time he was moved in his heart. The first time he skipped class. The first kiss he had. The first time he fought because of her. The first heartbreak he suffered. Without knowing why, 2 clear teardrops appeared out of the corner of his eyes. His stone-like heart that had been a result of so many battles, physically, mentally, and emotionally. He had been through so much and had been so taut and tense for so long. His exhausted self finally felt a hint of rest for the longest time. Although he had a third-order god-devil body, and most spirit-based attacks were nullified to him, Dong Yu Yao's singing was not considered a spirit attack. Instead, it was a strange power that could relax one's mind, bringing back the good memories, causing him to understand a little more about himself. Yu Zhong recovered quickly, wiping the tears with an impassive face as he gazed at the beautiful Dong Yu Yao, asking in a low voice, "Who is she?" George revealed a crafty, fox-like grin. "She's called Dong Yu Yao, a superstar of the Four Kingdoms, namely, the Holy Sirius Empire, the Wei Dong Empire, the Frost Mist Empire, and the West Wind Empire. She has countless admirers everywhere, and possesses a rare physique, the Jade physique, and came from the rare race of humans known as the Heavenly Song race. In the entire great god world, there are barely 200 of them that are pure blood, and she is one of them. Every single one of them is an idol throughout the continent, known to sing well. She's also one of the top few cultivating geniuses of the race as well." Yu Zhong spoke resolutely. "I want her." George had a difficult look. "Yu Zhong, it isn't so easy. She's a revered idol of Four Kingdoms, and most of the upper echelons are her fans. If I were to touch her, it would affect the relationship among all of us. Why not? Let's do it this way. I'll head back and immediately get someone to gather 100 virgins of noble birth. How about that?" As the Emperor of the Holy Sirius Empire, George was in control over 1 billion citizens. Within his palace, he had a huge number of beautiful virgins, and choosing 100 was not a difficult task. Yu Zhong frowned slightly, staring at George for a long while, before flipping his hands and revealing a precious Type 8 mutant beast nucleus, this Type 8 nucleus in exchange for her. George stared at the nucleus, his eyes brightening, and there was a hint of greed. Such a nucleus was incredibly precious, there was not even one within the Holy Sirius Empire. A Type 8 mutant beast was not long powerful, but also possessed intelligence. It was hard for George to take on one without leaving unscathed. In all likelihood, chances of his death would be 90%. Therefore, a single Type 8 nucleus could easily be used to exchange for a lot of wealth in the Holy Sirius Empire. George forcefully suppressed the desire for the nucleus as he grinned at Yu Zhong. "No, I can gift her to you, but you will owe me a favor." George had risen from the ranks, starting as a lowly commoner, and continued on the arduous path of cultivation, reaching where he was after hard work. He could tell that Yu Zhong was powerful, and if he continued on his path, it was likely that his future was full of potential. It was not impossible for him to be a Type 9 or even half-god powerhouse. It was worth it to try and get him on his side. After all, a Type 9 powerhouse was at the peak of the Great God World and the rest of the 800 worlds. If he was willing, he could easily crush the Holy Sirius Empire. Yu Zhong was silent for a while. After some time of consideration, he replied slowly, "All right." George laughed lightly. "After she finishes her song, she will be yours." Yu Zhong continued, "George, what will you do to get her to follow me willingly? If you intend to force her, then forget it. I'd rather do it myself." George held up his wine and drank it down, laughing confidently. "I brought her up from young. It was because of my support that she could reach where she is today. She would naturally obey my orders. It was not easy to become a superstar across kingdoms. Without a strong backer, no matter how pretty she was, she could have easily been gobbled up by any of the upper echelons in these empires." Yu Zhong nodded as he continued to gaze at Dong Yu Yao quietly. In another box not far from them, there was a young youth, wearing luxurious clothes. He was gazing at Dong Yu Yao with a look of greed. "Who would have thought that I could come across such an outstanding woman here? Marius, tonight I must have her." Facing that young man was another handsome man with a deep-set gaze and beautiful blonde hair. He spoke against it. "Young Master Fong Ming, this Dong Yu Yao is not an ordinary woman. She is a superstar and well known across all 4 kingdoms. Her backer is the Emperor of our Holy Sirius Empire, His Majesty George. If I were to take her forcibly, and it was found out, our Hellu family would be in trouble." Fong Ming stared at Marius and barked out, "George? Who the fuck does he think he is? He's just a trash stuck at the initial Type 8 realm. A few hundred years ago till now there has not been any change. He has no more potential. Within the holy heavens, he's a mere commoner. As for me, Fong Ming, my father is the first holy son of the Western Temple, Fong Xian. Our Fong clan is also the royal family of the De Xing Empire, with a Type 9 ancestor holding the fort. He would not dare to provoke us. Marius, go grab the woman now, or else don't blame me for being rude." Being scolded by Fong Ming, Marius felt his back drenched in cold sweat as he trembled. The youth in front of him was truly not simple, and not an existence he could afford to antagonize. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as squashing an ant. Even Emperor George could not save him. Marius gritted his teeth and replied, "Yes, young Master Fong Ming." After that, he quickly waved his hands at 2 soldiers, pointing to Dong Yu Yao, and ordered, "Go grab that girl here for the young master." Chapter 1138. Death in One Blow. The 2 guards swiftly replied, "Yes." They had followed Marius for a long time and were death warriors groomed by the Hellu clan. They were willing to die for their masters, thus they would obey orders without a single question or word of complaint. They disappeared and leaped down from the 2nd story, charging towards the singing Dong Yu Yao. Yu Zhong glared, his killing intent bursting forth. Reaching out with his hands, he intended to crush them directly. George stopped him, however, and chuckled, "Yu Zhong, there's no need to act. You will be able to watch a show. Such a thing always happens every year. She naturally knows how to handle it." Yu Zhong's frown eased as he placed his hand down and laughed, "That's true." As the two soldiers were about to reach Dong Yuyao, she lifted her head and frowned slightly. There was a chilly light within her eyes, and she quickly whisked out a soft, silver sword from her waist, charging forth. At the moment she pulled out her weapon, her entire demeanor shifted, and the aura of an idol was transformed into a valiant female swordswoman, exuding an imposing one with the sword will. A powerful Type 7 energy was emitted from her alluring figure, as her eyes turned frosty. Her sword then thrust out at the sky, as a powerful sword chi shot out, seemingly capable of tearing apart the sky, as it enveloped the two elites from the Hello clan. In an instant, the two of them disappeared within the sword chi and was sliced apart till there was nothing left. If one had been hit by an ordinary blade, there would still at least be a corpse. However, under the merciless attack of Dong Yuyao, there was no bone or blood left. Marius saw the two Type 5 experts that had followed him loyally for so long killed in an instant, and there was a look of envy and fury in his eyes. Damn bitch! Type 5 powerhouses were not as common as cabbages even among the Holy Sirius Empire. Within the Hello clan, there were not many of them. With two of them dead, it was an aching loss for Marius. Seeing Dong Yuyao killing the guards of the Hello clan, Fang Ming roared out with laughter, his lust for her deepening. "What a feisty one! I like it. Who would have thought that such a woman existed? It's truly amazing. Ha! Fang Xing, this woman is a Type 7 powerhouse. The rest of the trash here are no match for her. You go and grab her for me." "Yes, master." A middle-aged man with short hair who had been standing quietly behind Fang Ming all this while, replied curtly, and immediately shot towards Dong Yuyao, his aura bursting forth. Fang Xing stepped through the air and came up in front of Dong Yuyao, threatening, "Miss Dong Yuyao, my young master requests your presence." Dong Yuyao saw Fang Xing emerging from the Hello clan's area, and a flash of rage appeared in her eyes. She replied coldly, "What if I refuse?" Dong Yuyao had been on the road during her tours and had seen countless scum. She knew that if she were to go up, there would be no end to her humiliation. The other party obviously did not treat her as a person, but a toy to be had. "That's not up to you." Fang Xing's gaze turned frosty, as he exuded an initial Type 8 aura, and reached out to grab her. Star Sword. Dong Yuyao's face fell, and she became tense, pushing her strength to the limits, and the soft sword in her hands transformed into many sharp beams, shooting out at Fang Xing like shooting stars. This was the strongest technique she possessed. It was able to exhibit a power 30 times of hers, capable of injuring even a Type 8 powerhouse. "Not bad, your sword skills are excellent, and you have potential. If you were a Type 8 powerhouse, it would truly be difficult for me to deal with you. However, you're not my match right now. Just give up." Fang Xing laughed coldly, his right hand suddenly congealing a powerful and mysterious glass shield, which struck towards the countless sword beams. In an instant, all of Dong Yuyao's attacks were nullified, and there was not a scratch on Fang Xing's right arm. Amidst Dong Yuyao's despairing gaze, Fang Xing laughed savagely and reached out to grab her. Just as his fist was about to close on her, his face changed suddenly, and he retreated explosively. A powerful sword beam descended upon his original location, splitting the stage in half. As the terrifying sword chi faded, Yu Zhong's figure appeared. Fang Xing swept Yu Zhong a look, his gaze turning serious as he asked arrogantly, "Who is this?" "I'm Fang Xing from the Dexing Empire's Fang clan. My young master has his sights set on this woman. Please make way, otherwise you will surely regret." When George heard this, his countenance turned ugly. "The Qing Empire Fong clan? To think it's them. This matter is troublesome. No wonder those fellows were so overbearing, they did not put my country's laws in their eyes at all." The Qing Empire and the Holy Serious Empire were basically like a dragon and an ant. There was a true Type 9, half-god existence guarding the interests of the Qing Empire. At the same time, there were many half-step Type 9 powerhouses and over hundreds of Type 8 experts. There were 500 kingdoms to their name. Each one of them alone was already much stronger than the Serious Empire. If they were to offend the Qing Empire, the Holy Serious Empire could be easily wiped out without anyone knowing. George quickly made a decision. "Thankfully, Yu Zhong is here to take this. Looks like I have to take a step back." He had always been like this, not offending those he could not afford to offend, and made as many friends as possible. This was how he rose to power. George spoke in a telepathic manner to Dong Yuyao. "My good daughter, the man in front of you is Yu Zhong. From today on, you are his. Understand?" When Dong Yuyao heard that, she was taken aback at first, before she looked at Yu Zhong with a complicated gaze. "Understood, father." Dong Yuyao had undergone a strict upbringing and knew there would be one day where she had to obey George's intended suitor for her. The notion of submitting to her new master had been carved deep into her bones. Even though she was slightly reluctant, she adjusted her emotions quickly. Yu Zhong swept Fong Xing a look and laughed coldly. "The Qing Empire's Fong clan? Who the fuck is that? You and your young master had better crawl out of here like dogs, and I will spare you. Otherwise, the both of you can go to hell." Hearing how Yu Zhong had insulted the Fong clan, George was dumbfounded, his scalp numb. "It's over, it's over. This Yu Zhong is too arrogant. That's the Fong clan. An empire with a half-god entity. There are even a few half-step Type 9 powerhouses. He dared to curse them so, what an overbearing tone." When Fong Xing heard this, he trembled with rage, as though his eyes were about to burn with flames. The Fong clan was truly considered a powerful family, and regardless of where they went, the mere mention of them would be sufficient for people to relent. There was almost nobody who dared to curse at the Fong clan like Yu Zhong. "Little bastard, you dare insult our Fong clan, today will be your death day." Fong Xing immediately executed his strongest technique from the Fong clan, the Diamond Glass Sutra, and his entire expanded into a 3 m tall giant that seemed to be made of glass. After transforming, Fong Xing's physique attributes were raised by more than 10 times. Each punch and kick matched a mid-Type 8 powerhouse. At the same time, his defense had soared, capable of blocking even a C-grade cannon. "Die!" He reached out to grab, as the surrounding atmospheric energy swarmed to lock Yu Zhong in place. He stomped forward and disappeared, suddenly reappearing with a blazing temperature of space tearing, punching at Yu Zhong. George saw how quietly Yu Zhong stood, as though frozen in place, and had a feeling of regret. Why the hell did he not dodge? Fong Xing's strike was enough to send George into a panic. Had it been him who received that blow, he would still be injured gravely while blocking. Dong Yuyao could not help but scream out, "Watch out!" Fong Xing stared at Yu Zhong, his gaze filled with disdain. "To think I had thought you were capable of something. Who knew you were such a trash? Someone who lacks a domain dares throw a punch at me, just die." Yu Zhong did not even lift his head, as his entire hand swung out to strike Fong Xing in the chest. With a loud blast, there was a look of shock in Fong Xing's eyes, as his entire body began to crumble, and broke apart in a shower of blood and diamond pieces. Seeing that, Fong Ming stood up in a flash, his face pale and his body trembling with shock. "Fong Xing actually died? How is that possible? His diamond glass physique is even able to block a C-grade cannon. Even a Type 8 powerhouse would not be able to break his defenses so easily. How could that fellow just kill him in a single hit? He did not even execute any technique. Chapter 1139. Fish taking to water. Direction translation. Actual meaning. Sexual relations. George stared at Yuzhong, his expression frozen as he thought, what a terrifying fellow. My choice was right. But he's has gone and offended the Fong clan thoroughly. If I continue this friendship with him, it might affect me. What should I do? Dong Yu Yao was filled with shock as well. This man's strength is truly domineering. No wonder father wants me to be with him. If I do this properly, it would be of great help to father. Yuzhong's single slap had caused Fong Shang to disintegrate. He then turned to look at Fong Ming, his eyes exuding a sword-like gaze at him. Glared at by Yuzhong, Fong Ming felt a chill in his heart. Shit, he discovered me. Come on down. Yuzhong grabbed out at the direction, and a huge energy palm directly caused the entire box to be destroyed, as he grabbed Fong Ming and pulled him towards himself. Fong Ming felt the overwhelming killing intent and his eyes went wide as he screamed out, I'm Fong Ming from the Fong clan. My father is the Holy Son of the Western Temple, Fong Xian. This time, many people know that I came here to the Holy Sirius Empire. If you were to kill me, the entire Sirius Empire would be buried. When George heard this, he was taken aback and quickly shot out of his box, coming to Yuzhong persuading, Yuzhong, give me some face, why don't you forget about this? Both sides should take a step back and treat it as though nothing happened. How about that, young Master Fong? Fong Ming seemed compliant as he agreed. Yes, Yuzhong, as long as you let me go, I will forget about today. I will find some way to cover Fong Xing's death. Let's have it that he died protecting me from some mutant beast. Although he seemed cooperative on the surface, his inner thoughts were entirely different. Treat it as though nothing happened? Impossible. Since you guys dare to kill someone from my Fong clan when I'm home, I will definitely report this, and wipe all of you from the face of this world. Yuzhong stared straight at George, speaking solemnly. George, from the moment I killed Fong Xing, there's no way of repairing the relationship with Fong clan. Do you think the Fong clan would let someone who killed a Type 8 powerhouse from their clan off? George felt a shudder, and his expression turned dark, as he could not deny that. A Type 8 powerhouse would be a core character within the Fong clan. Now that he was killed by Yuzhong, this meant there was no reconciliation between Yuzhong and the Fong clan. Unless a Type 9 powerhouse came out to intervene or mediate, the Fong clan would not let things go. Furthermore, most Type 9 powerhouses were peak characters, while Yuzhong and George were just considered small-time characters in front of them. They did not know any Type 9 powerhouses, so it would be a stretch to hope for reconciliation. George had a cold look as he ordered out, Roger, seal the exit. Clean up everything here. Yes. The silent guardian of the location appeared and replied with a low voice, before disappearing. Fong Ming's face changed as he shrieked, No! No, please, don't kill me! I will go and plead the ancestor from the Fong clan. You guys can take me as hostage. With that, the Fong clan would not touch you. An imprint of my consciousness is placed in our Fong clan's soul hall. If I were to die, and the imprint goes out, the Fong clan would definitely send people to investigate, and you guys will have no way of hiding it. Yuzhong's heart shook slightly, as he grabbed Fong Ming and knocked him out. So there's such a thing, I'll spare your life then. At the same time, a Type 7 puppet rune was sent into his head, turning Fong Ming into his puppet. George stared at the unconscious Fong Ming and laughed bitterly, his expression sullen. This time, we're really in trouble. He had intended to give Yuzhong a surprise, by giving Dong Yu Yao to him, in order to pull both sides closer. Who would have thought that someone from the Fong clan would be here, and caused such trouble? This was a huge headache for him. If not handled properly, the Holy Sirius Empire was in danger of being annihilated. Yuzhong laughed lightly. Don't worry, as long as I join the Northern Temple and become a holy son, the Fang clan would not dare touch me either." George squeezed out a bitter smile. "In that case, I'll have to trouble you then." Since things had come to this point, George could only rely on Yuzhong. Seeing the broken center, everyone lost interest and began to clear out the place. Yuzhong then brought Dong Yu Yao and the puppet Fang Ming and left. After reaching the palace, Dong Yu Yao followed Yuzhong silently, towards where he was supposed to stay. "Greetings, master." When Yuzhong came to his assigned room, there were 20 beautiful young women kneeling outside the room, greeting him. These were all incredible beauties, and could easily command attention anywhere in the world, and yet, with a single sentence from Yuzhong, they would give their all obediently. Under their welcome, Yuzhong led Dong Yu Yao into his room. When Yuzhong entered the room, the women kneeling outside stood up and gazed at his back with shock in their eyes. One of them spoke up with uncertainty. "Wasn't that Dong Yu Yao? The Dong Yu Yao? The idol of all 4 empires? She is actually Master Yuzhong's lover? Unbelievable! Isn't she supposed to be a pure maiden? I was her fan. Seems like her image is broken now." The few beauties began to engage in small talk. Dong Yu Yao's appearance had shocked them thoroughly. They could not imagine that the top superstar would actually become Yuzhong's women. One of them, who exuded an elegant demeanor, frowned and barked out softly, "All of you, quiet. This is the palace. How could you guys talk behind your master's back? Are you sick of living?" Hearing that reminder, the rest of them quickly fell silent, not daring to speak further. They knew how strict the rules of the palace was, and if they were not careful, they could be reduced to an ice-cold corpse without them knowing. Upon entering the room, Yuzhong saw someone who he did not expect. "Why are you here?" Lying on the soft bed, with a healthy skin color and an alluring figure that was dressed in a tight suit, accentuating her curves, while her flushed face turned away from Yuzhong in shyness. The woman was precisely Aisha, who had followed Yuzhong all the way from Audania town. Aisha gathered her courage to speak to Yuzhong. "I want to be with you." The moment she said that, she felt as though a huge weight had been lifted, and she stood up bravely, burrowing into Yuzhong's embrace, while she moaned out in a flustered voice, "Take me!" Yuzhong felt the lithe and nimble body in his arms as he took in her scent, and his body burned with desire. He hugged her back and placed her on the bed, getting on top of her. Not too long after, there was a sharp moan from Aisha, as a small red puddle formed on the pure white bed sheet. Dong Yu Yao stood at the side, her face scarlet red as she watched the scene of spring, before hesitating a short moment and entering the bathroom to take a bath. After taking an entire hour to bathe, the fairy-like Dong Yu Yao finally walked out from the bathroom. Dong Yu Yao had just walked out of the bathroom when a huge hand reached out to grab her into his embrace, and his lips locked deeply with hers. Dong Yu Yao was startled, but soon she stretched out her tongue to meet Yuzhong's passion. The two of them embraced, and after a while, there's another puddle of blood on the bedsheet. At the moment when Yuzhong and Dong Yu Yao were joined as one, a cooling sensation traveled from Dong Yu Yao into his body. This energy was the Xiantian primordial yin from Dong Yu Yao's yin jade physique, and it was extremely precious. It could transform a person entirely, reaching higher potential through metamorphosis. The Xiantian primordial yin would not be of much use to someone like George, who was already at the limit of his talents and had spent much of his life force. However, to Yuzhong, who had a bountiful life force within him, it was a powerful nourishment. As the clear and soothing yin energy went into Yuzhong's body, it joined with the life force within him. At that instant, it felt like his entire body was ignited, and the life force transformed, charging into his sea of knowledge. The golden energy that resulted then coursed through his body once more and seeped into his bone, transforming even his marrow into the color of gold. After the energy was gone, Yuzhong's bones were transformed into godly bones, and he finally reached the high Type 8 realm. Early the next morning, Yu Zhong opened his eyes and felt refreshed. He looked at Dong Yuyao's fragile expression beside him, as his eyes flashed with warmth. This last seems to be a lucky star, to think that she helped me break through to the high Type 8 realm. I should be able to take on a half-step Type 9 powerhouse like this. At this moment, Dong Yuyao stirred awake. She took a look at Yu Zhong beside her, and was frightened as she squealed, "No more, I can't take it?" Seeing that lovable expression, Yu Zhong was stirred, and could not help but pounce towards her, and hugged her tightly. Chapter 1140. Starship Port. After spending an amazing morning together, Yu Zhong brought Aisha, Dong Yuyao, and Fang Ming to the port. "Yu Zhong, I still have to manage the affairs of the Holy Sirius Empire, therefore, I can't follow you this time." George extended his apologies, before turning around to his children and ordered, "Jody, Lena and Basiya, the three of you had better listen to your Uncle Yu Zhong, and be good guides, understood?" This time, other than Jody and Lena, there was a 15 to 16-year-old girl, who had her long hair tied up in 2 ponytails, looking extremely cute yet possessing a devilish body with a pair of D-cup breasts. She looked at Yu Zhong curiously, while smiling sweetly. Hearing George's orders, the 3 of them replied respectfully, "Yes, father." "Goodbye." "Goodbye." Soon after, a huge battleship soared out of the port at Guha City. Within the Imperial Palace, a huge beam of light shot out and blasted towards the skies, revealing a huge door out of thin air. The battleship soared straight into it and disappeared. The huge door also gradually disappeared after the battleship soared through it. Was that spatial power? I could sense some fluctuations of space earlier. It was too bad that the fluctuation was a little weak. Upon entering the door, Yu Zhong shut his eyes and tried to perceive the changes in the tunnel they had appeared in. It was just that he only managed to sense a sliver at the moment the tunnel was opened. Inside the tunnel, space was turbulent, with random and powerful waves crashing everywhere. There were powerful principles and laws hidden within the turbulence, but this was a place that not even a Type 9 powerhouse dared to enter with their own fleshy body. The moment Yu Zhong were to try it, his body would be ripped apart. Currently, amidst the chaotic space, there was a single tunnel that was relatively peaceful, and the group continued to traverse along the path inside their battleship. Just then, a bright voice rang out, "You're Dong Yuyao. I know you. You're Dong Yuyao. Big sis Yuyao, I'm a huge fan. Can you sign an autograph?" Yu Zhong turned around, only to see the huge-breasted Basiya bouncing towards Dong Yuyao, practically begging for an autograph with a starstruck expression. She was at the age where she would chase after idols and idolized the top idol of the 4 kingdoms very much. Dong Yuyao looked at her, chuckling slightly, as she signed on the board that Basiya brought over. "Sure." Jody walked up to Yu Zhong, looking at him with a complicated gaze. "Uncle Yu Zhong, you're truly formidable. To think that you've gotten the most sought-after pearl within a single day in our empire. Congratulations, Yu Yao is the dream woman of many within the 4 kingdoms. I'm guessing that many men would be heartbroken soon." Dong Yuyao was truly the dream lover for many men due to her status, and Jody was no exception, having harbored feelings for her secretly. In the end, she had ended up belonging to Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong chuckled, but changed the subject. "Haha. Any idea how long it would take to reach the holy heavens on this tunnel?" Jody spoke. 5 minutes. It takes 5 minutes through this passage to reach the holy heavens." Yu Zhong continued to ask, "Can the spatial tunnel of the Sirius Empire reach the other kingdoms?" Jody replied, "No, the spatial tunnel in every human kingdom only leads to the holy heavens, and it's only there where one can find ways to other kingdoms and empires." Yu Zhong immediately understood the underlying military application of such a system. In that case, doesn't it mean that humans could swiftly deploy their forces anywhere from the holy heavens? Jody spoke, That's true, by using the tunnels, the numerous human kingdoms would be connected to the holy heavens. Which is to say, the tunnels are the core part of a kingdom. If it's destroyed, it's over for that empire. In our fights against some of the other species, those with intelligence would usually choose to target the spatial gate. Yu Zhong then spoke. The consumption of energy for the activation of the gates should be pretty steep, right? Jody nodded. That's right. Each time, it would cost a Type 7 mutant beast nucleus to be consumed to the point of its destruction. That is why we don't usually activate it. We're here. As the two were still talking, there was a huge door that suddenly appeared in the midst of the chaotic space, and the huge battleship passed through it, appearing on the other side. The battleship soared through the gates and appeared over an enormous planet. There were many spatial gates that opened and closed rapidly, as numerous battleships appeared out of those gates and flew towards the planet. Yu Zhong stared at the shocking sight below and asked, "A planet? The holy heavens is actually a planet? Or is this the great God world?" Jody explained, "The holy heavens truly is a planet. The great God world is vast, its horizons of unimaginable size. About 1,000,000 kilometer altitude is space. Beyond space, there are many galaxies and nebula systems that surround the great God world. Many of the foreign races and species are from those places. Therefore, the fact that the holy heavens being a planet is not too surprising." When Yu Zhong heard this, he reacted quickly. He was taken aback, because he had never seen such a case before. Yu Zhong had never even left Earth within his own world, never been to the moon, and that was why he felt slightly lost. Yu Zhong looked out the battleship and discovered many open spatial gates, taking up an area of over 300 kilometers across, with many huge mech fortresses floating around, each of them easily over 3 kilometers tall. Within these fortresses, there were numerous C-grade particle cannons, capable of injuring Type 8 powerhouses. At the same time, there was one single D-grade particle cannon powered by countless mutant beast nuclei in each and every fortress. The might of the D-grade cannon was immense. Most Type 9 powerhouses would easily be annihilated by a single hit of that cannon. There were over 100 mech fortresses, and other than them, there were also over 100,000 other smaller fortresses with only C-grade particle cannons covering about 10 kilometers each. The dense network of fortresses formed a powerful defense grid, and under their coordination, even a peak Type 9 powerhouse would perish here. As Yu Zhong took in the surroundings, the battleship they were on slowly arrived at one nearby port. No battleship was allowed to fly directly into the holy heavens. They could only dock at the designated mech fortresses, and after going through strict checks, they could then be transported through transfer gates. "Hello, I'm the guide 1160, please come with me." Just as Yu Zhong and his party disembarked, an ordinary-looking lady with decent features appeared, smiling at them. Sure. The group knew the rules, thus they followed her. Along the way, Yu Zhong continued to reach out with his perception, his eyes filled with shock. What terrifying capital. Everyone's at least at the Type 5 realm here. Within this particular port, there were easily 3 million inhabitants, each of them over the Type 5 realm. Here, a Type 5 powerhouse was actually considered the weakest. On Earth, any one of them would be considered a talented individual already. However, here they were just ordinary folk. Right at this time, there was a grating voice. "Isn't this Jody and Lena? You guys came back too? I thought that you would stay holed up in that shit-hole you call an empire." Yu Zhong turned around, only to see 8 young men and women walking over, the leader a handsome young man of blue eyes and hair, his demeanor arrogant. Jody turned to look, and his face sunk. "Arcadia, it's you." Arcadia laughed out lightly, and his gaze landed on Dong Yuyao. He was immediately attracted as he spoke out. "That's right, it's me. Hi beautiful. I'm Arcadia, the divine envoy of the Western Temple, a glorious Type 7 divine warrior. Come, let us date. Dong Yu Yao laughed out coyly, her mannerism enough to cause time to stop for a moment, as she grabbed Yu Zhong's right hand lightly, her bountiful chest pressing against him. I already belong to him. Seeing this, all the men stared at Yu Zhong with jealousy and envy. Within these port, with over 3 million people, there was not a single woman who could compare to Dong Yu Yao. Seeing that smile of hers, Arcadia felt his heart speed up before he tore his gaze reluctantly to look at Yu Zhong. After a moment of careful assessment, he spoke up. This mister, I don't seem to have seen you before. You're not from our holy heavens, are you? Chapter 1141. Howling Dragons and Roaring Tigers. Yu Zhong continued impassively, I'm here to join the holy heavens. Arcadia laughed out and extended a warm invitation, then let me recommend you to join the Western Temple. Within the 5 temples, the Western Temple's strength is on par with the Central Temple, with a sizable amount of resources. If you join us, I can help you too. In this starship port, Arcadia knew he could not act unbridled. However, if Yu Zhong were to join the Western Temple, he would not even have to resort to any violent means. He could deal with him through various underhanded ways. Using such a method, he had already broken up numerous couples. Seeing that, the 2 women behind Arcadia had sunken expressions and their eyes flashed with jealousy. However, they did not say anything. They were his lovers, and were naturally unwilling to see Dong Yu Yao being roped in by Arcadia too. However, he was the divine envoy and had a prestigious status, there was nothing they could do. Not interested, let's go. Yu Zhong did not bother with Arcadia and brought his people along. One handsome man with graceful looks, comparable to a girl, laughed, haha, dia, this young punk did not place you in his eyes. Pretty arrogant, why don't you go teach him a lesson, and teach him the rules of the holy heavens? There was a crafty look in Arcadia's eyes as he spoke slowly. Diamond, that fellow is not simple. I can't see his strength level. He should have some form of a technique that masks it. If we were to act without investigating, who knows, we might get humiliated instead. Let's follow after them. In front of the initiation gate, he would definitely have to go through it as a newcomer. Once we know his strength, then we can decide what to do. His companions agreed, yeah. In order to be domineering, one needed to have the capital. Within this holy heavens, there were numerous talented geniuses. Arcadia did not wish to offend someone he did not know anything about. Fang Ming dared to throw his weight around because to him, the Holy Sirius Empire was basically a village. He could do anything he liked. If it were in the holy heavens, then it would be different. Fang Ming would be careful, and not casually provoke someone he did not know anything about. Who knows, an ordinary Type 5 powerhouse might be the son, or grandson, or great-grandson, of some Type 9 old freak. If he made a mistake, there would be hell to pay. The guide brought the party to a tall gate, standing at over 100 meters tall, covered with numerous strange and mystical runes, as well as embedded with countless mutant beast nuclei. It looked ancient and powerful. She spoke, "This is the initiation gate. Please step through it to be evaluated." Yu Zhong glanced at it and walked through it confidently. When Yu Zhong walked through the gate, a golden beam shone directly on his body. At that instant, a golden pillar shot out from Yu Zhong, heading for the skies, and congealed into an image of a huge golden dragon and a powerful golden tiger, as both illusions clashed and let out a powerful roar that shook the entire starship port. The moment Arcadia saw that image, he was shocked till his mouth hung agape, his eyes filled with disbelief. The mingling of a golden dragon and golden tiger. This is the legendary state of the howling dragon and roaring tiger. This fellow is actually at the high Type 8 realm before the age of 50? A powerful physique and a terrifying innate potential. As long as he is not killed, He's likely to reach the Type 9 half-god stage. Where the hell did Jody and the rest find this freak? When he thought to earlier, he felt a sense of fear. Thankfully, I was just being sarcastic and did not offend this monster, otherwise, he could have killed me in a single slap. As for Yu Zhong's guide, when she saw the image, her face was filled with shock as well. She had never expected the person she was in charge of to be such a character, a potential Type 9 powerhouse in the future. After all, even within the holy heavens, there were not many Type 9 powerhouses. Every single one of them was a major character, a leader of their own factions. Their combat strength was astonishing, and their actions mysterious. One would not need to pass through the gate to enter the planet. Jody stared in excitement while thinking, state of the howling dragon and roaring tiger. It was actually so high. If he does not meet with any mishap, he will definitely become a Type 9 powerhouse. Amazing! We actually managed to befriend such an expert. This is great news for the Sirius Empire. As for Dong Yuyao, Lina and Basiya, they stared on in wonder. State of the howling dragon and roaring tiger. It's a rare occurrence. Who is it? Who is this future peak expert? Image of the howling dragon and roaring tiger. To think there was a monster who could summon such a vision. I had thought that it was just a myth. Seeing the powerful image in the sky, many experts within the port came swarming over. Within moments, the area in front of the initiation gate was packed full of people. After the image maintained for a short 5 minutes, it disappeared, and from the skies, a golden card fell into Yu Zhong's hands. When he obtained it, a number of messages came through, allowing him to understand the usage of the card. It was his identity card, and he could make use of it to engage in all sorts of transactions. With this card, he could now walk freely in the holy heavens. If there was someone without an identity card that appeared in the holy heavens, he or she would immediately be targeted for annihilation. Under the joint efforts of experts, even a peak Type 9 half-god powerhouse would be killed. When he received the identity card, Yu Zhong swept a gaze towards the guide, who finally regained her senses and quickly explained the usage of the card to Yu Zhong, while bringing them through a spatial transfer gate with respect. Inside the holy heavens, the main currency was contribution points. With those, one could buy anything. One of the ways to earn contribution points was to present items of value in exchange with an official, another was to complete missions given by anyone within the holy heavens. There was one more, which was to engage in trade. As she finished explaining, the group stepped through the transfer gate and disappeared. Just as they left, a man charged up to the guide and asked, "Who was that man? Tell me and I'll give you 10 contribution points." In the holy heavens, a single Type 4 beast nucleus was worth 1 point, 10 points would allow a purchase of 10 nuclei. To a guide, it was a sizable fortune. Another man charged up and waved his own card. "Give me the exclusive, and I'll pay a 100 contribution points. I'll pay 300 points for the exclusive information on that man." A flurry of activity then broke out as experts rushed forward, each hoping to obtain information on Yu Zhong. Faced with such enthusiasm, the guide was slightly flustered but excited at the same time. At this moment, a man in golden robes walked slowly forward, as he exuded a Type 8 pressure and barked out, "Out of my way!" Under that pressure, the crowd immediately separated into two, Holy Sun Zhuanan. He then smiled slightly, taking out a Type 6 mutant beast nucleus and placed it in the hand of the guide, saying, "Miss, I'll have to trouble you to give me the information on the man. This is your reward." "Thank you." The guide was moved, and she quickly spoke of everything she knew about the group. So that was the case. After gaining the information, his figure flashed, as he brought the guide through the spatial transfer gate along with him. At the moment as he entered, he waved his hands and caused a blockade to form outside the gate. After the Holy Sun Zhuanan went through the gate, Many experts surged forwards in a bid to follow after him. Damn it, it's sealed. So domineering! Bastard! As the powerhouses charged through the spatial gate, they slammed into the huge shield and was sent flying back. The experts could not help but curse out. Arcadia took out a communicator and hurriedly reported all that he had witnessed. Connect me to His Highness, Holy Sun Xian Luo now. At various parts of the holy heavens, the experts were all taking out their communicators to convey the news of the appearance of a future Type 9 powerhouse. In the central temple, atop a crystal palace built on top of a floating mountain, came a booming voice. What? The image of a dragon and tiger appeared? Xuanan, are you for real? Xuanan spoke respectfully. Master, it is true. I saw it with my own eyes. He's a young man called Yuzhong, and when he passed the initiation gate, he caused the image of a howling dragon and roaring tiger to appear. It was witnessed by many others over here at Starship Port as well. Chapter 1142, Contest. The voice continued with a satisfied tone. Very good, Xuanan, well done. You're truly my disciple. As your reward, you may enter the Space Pagoda to practice spatial laws for 10 years. Xuanan immediately rejoiced. Many thanks, Master. The Space Pagoda was one of the gold-grade treasures within the holy heavens. Inside it, there was an abundant source of atmospheric energy, as well as stable spatial laws for a cultivator to comprehend. If Xuanan could go in for 10 years, it would be equivalent to practicing hard and bitterly outside for 300 years. He was naturally elated. Yuzhong, let me see, where are you now? The mysterious voice from within the floating mountain sounded once more, as the owner opened his eyes, a pair of powerful and strange eyes that seemed capable of piercing through the heavens. The pair of eyes suddenly flashed brightly, locking onto Yuzhong's position. Found you. At that moment, the owner of the eyes took a step out and tore through space, entering the rip. On top a floating mountain within the western temple, a young man with short golden hair, eagle eyes and hook nose, as well as handsome features had a change in expression. What? The image of a howling dragon and roaring tiger? Such a young heaven-defying genius in 1,000 years. We cannot let him go to the other temples. He belongs to us. With that, he disappeared. Is this the holy heavens? Truly extraordinary. Yuzhong stepped out from the gate, and saw a resplendent sight, causing him to sigh. The gravity on the planet of the holy heavens was 100 times stronger than Earth, and the energy was so much thicker and more vibrant. The streets were clean, without any dust, and the structures were all maintained well and constructed beautifully. If any of these buildings were placed on Earth, they would easily win any architecture award, putting the most prestigious buildings to shame. The pavements were wide and many automatic vehicles were floating and traversing, sending the passengers to where they wanted to go. The transport system was not limited to the ground, as there were all sorts of vehicles floating through the air, according to different layer. Su Zhong observed the area carefully and noticed that there were flying carpets, things with mechanical wings, anti-gravity floating vehicles, flying mutant beasts, flying foreign species, clouds, etc. At the same time, there were a number of floating mountains as well as huge, gigantic mechanical forts, giving the holy heavens a sense of wonder. As Yuzhong was observing the surroundings, the space beside him suddenly split open, as a young man in a green robe, with short hair and decent looks, stepped out. Yuzhong saw the man and his body became tense. He retreated a few steps and stared at the man warily. Type 9 powerhouse. This fellow is a Type 9 powerhouse. The man had an appreciative look as he spoke. Ah, to be able to tell my strength and make the appropriate response. Not bad. Truly a talent that can produce the fabled image of the howling dragon and roaring tiger. Kid, I'm Tian Duo, the Holy Lord of the Central Temple. I can tell that you have a bright future, and am here to invite you to be my disciple. With my pointers, as long as you join us and complete the test to be a holy son, you can become one of ours. Without my guidance, if you were to join other temples, you will have to start from the bottom and slowly accumulate your contribution. It would take at least 5 years to complete the rest. Within the holy heavens, with the 5 main temples as the bases, the heavenly lords were all at least peak Type 9 half-god powerhouses. Below them were the holy lords at the Type 9 realm, and below them, the holy sons at the Type 8 realms. Underneath the holy sons, there were a few Type 8 elders who worked hard but had no way of breaking through. Below the elders, there were holy sons in training. Below them were the divine envoys, followed by the divine envoys in training. After that were the divine servants, followed by the divine servants in training. After that were the ordinary members, followed by the ordinary members in training. Yu Zhong's current identity was an ordinary member in training. If he were to become a holy son, without anyone to recommend him, he would have to start from the bottom, continually completing missions and accumulating points. After reaching a certain level, then he would be able to raise in rank. With Yu Zhong's current high Type 8 realm, although he could quickly complete them and rise through the ranks, it would still take up some time. Yu Zhong quickly made his decision, asking sincerely, "It is an honor to receive your invitation. Dare I ask, Master, what are the customs to recognizing one as a master? I'm not entirely sure about the traditions and customs here." Yu Zhong had originally intended to join the Northern Temple. However, the fact that this Holy Lord Tian Duo came to invite him personally, it was giving Yu Zhong a lot of face. He was not someone who did not know how to reciprocate, therefore, he made the decision. Right at this time, another spatial tear happened as a golden-haired, hooked-nosed man stepped out and barked out, "Hold it!" The man's gaze was electrifying as he stared at Yu Zhong. "Yu Zhong, I'm from the Western Temple, Holy Lord Ursula. I admire you a lot, and I'm here to invite you to join our Western Temple. Accept me as your master. As long as you join us, I will do my best to propel you to become a holy son within the shortest possible time. I can even grant you the authority to cultivate for 100 years within the Space Pagoda." Inside the holy heavens, although all 5 temples share the same goal in defending against external forces, there was sure to be internal strife and a disparity in strength. The heavenly lords of all 5 temples were all engrossed in discovering and comprehending the secrets of the world. Unless it came to a situation where the whole of humanity was at risk, they would be spending most of their time cultivating. Like this, the strength of the 5 temples depended on the other Type 9 powerhouses. Among them, the Central Temple had the most Type 9 powerhouses. Their strength was also the strongest, and the resources the most abundant. Although the number of Type 9 powerhouses within the holy heavens was not particularly high, there was still a difference of 3 powerhouses between the Western and Central temples. If the Western Temple could pull Yu Zhong over, they would decrease the distance in the future. Holy Lord Tiando frowned and asked, "Ursula, I was here first, how can you try to snatch a person in front of me?" Ursula shot him a disdainful glance. "Tiando, there's no first come first serve. Yu Zhong can make the choice. It is his freedom." Holy Lord Tiando's expression sunk as he frowned. He was intending to offer even better conditions. After all, compared to a future Type 9 powerhouse, a few conditions were nothing much. If it was not for the strict rules of the holy heavens, Holy Lord Tiando would have promoted Yu Zhong to a holy son instantly. Yu Zhong then bowed to Holy Lord Ursula, his voice apologetic. "Holy Lord Ursula, I'm so sorry, but I've already agreed to Holy Lord Tiando to join the Central Temple and accept him as my master. I appreciate your intentions." Ursula revealed a look of regret and pity as he sighed. "What a pity, a pity! I was late by just that much. Since I'm already here, It could be considered to be fate as well. Here's a communication talisman. With this, you can contact me directly. Ursula took out a talisman and threw it to Yuzhong, before he clapped his hands and tore through space, stepping into the spatial tear. Ursula was an intelligent man. Although he did not manage to pull Yuzhong over, he still left with favorable feelings. If Yuzhong could become a Type 9 powerhouse, who knows, they might become friends. Yuzhong, thank you, Holy Lord Ursula. Holy Lord Tiando looked at Yuzhong, his impression of him getting better by the second. His gaze then swept to Aisha beside Yuzhong, and he could not help but frown. Who is this woman? How come she's only at the Type 4 realm? These few days, Yuzhong had also made use of some resources to push Aisha to the Type 4 realm. Yuzhong quickly explained, Master, she is my woman, and has yet to reach the Type 5 realm, hence she can only make use of the temporary card to travel with me. Holy Lord Tiando waved his hands, tearing a hole in space. Those who are not yet in the Type 5 realm cannot join a temple. I will arrange for her to be trained in a camp. Come with me. Yes. Yuzhong replied, before turning to Jody apologetically, Sorry, Jody, I've joined the Central Temple. Jody smiled warmly, No worries. Joining the Central Temple is even more beneficial to you. When you make it big, don't forget this old friend. Of course. Yuzhong laughed and turned, bring Dong Yu Yao and the rest through the spatial hole. Looking at Yuzhong's disappearing back, Lena's gaze turned complicated, as she spoke with a lowered voice, He's gone. Jody's gaze also turned complicated as he sighed, In the end, he's not of the same mold as us. It's understandable that he'd leave. Lena kept quiet. At this moment, space ripped apart again as a beautiful woman stepped out, her long golden locks flowing till her waist. She looked at Jody and her brows arched. Jody, where's the young man who had caused the image of a dragon and tiger? Chapter 1143 Missions for a Holy Son. Jody stared at the woman, who possessed an incredible aura and seemed above anyone else, and spoke respectfully, Holy Lord Yuhua, the man Yuzhong who was with us, and had triggered the image of a dragon and tiger during his initiation, had already been taken away by the Holy Lord Tiando from the Central Temple, and joined them. The beautiful woman was precisely the Holy Lord Yuhua, in charge of the floating mountain of the Northern Temple. Her combat strength was astonishing and was the highest authority of 15 different human empires. Her brows furrowed, as she spoke in a strong tone that revealed her dissatisfaction. Jody, since you're on good terms with Yuzhong, why didn't you invite him to join our Northern Temple? To be able to trigger such a phenomenon during the initiation ceremony, it was a rare occurrence, and such an expert was definitely a peak talent. As long as he did not perish, he was sure to have a bright future. Of the 5 heads within the holy heavens, 2 of them had also caused similar phenomenons when they had first entered. If Yuzhong could be taken in as part of the Northern Temple, then when he reached the Type 9 realm, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Jody chuckled bitterly and explained himself, Ma'am, I had wanted to bring him. However, the Holy Lord Tiando appeared personally to invite him. There was nothing I could do to receive the invitation personally from one of the important figures of the holy heavens, it was impossible to reject. It was especially so for those with no background. If they were to offend a Type 9 powerhouse, then it would be difficult to traverse the holy heavens in the future. Holy Lord Yuhua sighed deeply, as her jade-like hands waved to tear space apart and she stepped through it. What a pity! I was late just by a step. Lena asked, Jody, what should we do now? Jody fell in silent contemplation. Let's head back to the Northern Temple. Having made a decision, the group quickly left. On the other side, Yuzhong's party stepped out of the spatial tear and arrived on the floating mountain that belonged to the Holy Lord Tiando. Holy Lord Tian Do pointed at the crystal palace on the peak of the mountain, saying, "This crystal palace is called the Tian Do Palace, my living quarters. There are 8 mountain peaks behind it, where 8 of your senior brothers are currently residing in. The 9th peak shall be called Hengyu Peak, and that is where you will reside." Yuzhong took a look and could sense the immense energy emitting from the peak. With joy and excitement in his heart, he replied, "Yes." Holy Lord Tiando then barked out in a low voice, "Shueluo." A green spirit then materialized in front of Holy Lord Tiando, forming a human-like demon, with a green face and long, sharp canines. "Master, Shueluo is here." Holy Lord Tiando ordered, "Go take these ladies to Hengyu Peak, and arrange for their accommodations." Shueluo replied swiftly, "Yes, Master. Ladies, please follow me." Dong Yu Yao and the other 2 followed Shueluo away towards the Hengyu Peak. Holy Lord Tiando brought Yuzhong towards his own crystal palace. Under his lead, they came to a beautiful pavilion made out of crystal, surrounded by a lake filled with fragrant wine. The air was thick with an intoxicating scent, and within the lake, there were strange mutant beasts, even a few mermaids swimming within. The 2 of them sat down, and 2 beautiful mermaids shot out from the lake, landing beside the 2 of them, their fish tails transforming into legs. They looked no different from any beautiful ladies, as they each held a jar of wine, as they poured out a cup for the Holy Lord Tiando and Yuzhong. Holy Lord Tiando waved his hands and a number of 1,000-year lotuses shot out from the lake, landing on a jade plate as he casually took one and bit into it, offering some to Yuzhong with a smile. "Eat up, these lotuses taste decent." The 2 mermaids stared at the 1,000-year lotuses, their eyes filled with expectation. These lotuses were precious, formed from the essence of this wine lake. Not only were they delicious, there were the miraculous effects of washing and tempering one's bones and marrows to have a qualitative change. If those 2 Type 6 mermaids could eat one, there was a chance to evolve to the Type 7 realm. Yuzhong quickly glanced through the information before he turned his attention to the exchange system, and soon, a list of items appeared in front of his eyes. Type 9 mutant beast blood, 1 vial. 100 million contribution points required. Only divine envoys and above can exchange. Type 8 mutant beast, alive. 2 billion contribution points. Only elders and above can exchange. Type 8 mech armor, 5 billion points. Only elders and above can exchange. Written by Type 9 expert Huolin, 10 billion contribution points. Only holy sons and above can exchange. Life fountain water, 1 bottle, allows one to transform their bones and marrows. If a Type 7 powerhouse consumes this, greatly increases chances of breaking through to the Type 8 realm. 500 million contribution points. Only divine envoys and above can exchange. Yuzhong glanced through it roughly, and could already make out many heavenly treasures. Not only were they expensive, but they also required certain statuses to purchase. With Yuzhong's current status, there were still many items he could not exchange for. For example, the written by the Type 9 powerhouse Huolin. Yuzhong wanted that badly. However, he did not even possess that many contribution points, and his identity was not high enough to authorize that purchase. Chapter 1144. Ching Tang Mountain. Yuzhong looked at all the items with red eyes, while thinking to himself, "No, I need to complete the missions fast, that way, I can earn contribution points to purchase items suitable for me, and quickly reach the Type 9 realm." 5 days passed by quickly. During these 5 days, Yuzhong had been cultivating diligently to consolidate his strength, while obtaining as much intelligence as he could from the network. He had killed Fong Xing, and turned Fong Ming into his puppet, thus offending the Fong clan greatly. He had to make preparations for itself. On this day, Yuzhong had just exited from the network, when Dong Yu Yao came up to him and said, Yu Zhong, Jody's here. He's waiting in the living room. I got it. When Yu Zhong came to the living room, he noticed Jody was sitting alongside a beautiful woman with long, blonde hair, her figure voluptuous, and dressed in red leather. Jody immediately introduced her to Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong, this is Holy Daughter Biana from our northern temple. She has some matters she would like to discuss with you. Biana smiled charmingly and said, How do you do? I'm Biana, pleased to meet you. Yu Zhong directly asked, Hi, I'm Yu Zhong. May I ask, Miss Biana, what exactly are you looking for me for? She adjusted herself, accentuating her figure even more for Yu Zhong's viewing pleasure, before laughing lightly. Mr. Yu Zhong, I know that you have chosen the mission to explore the Merlot battlefield. A few of my comrades and myself have chosen that same mission. The Merlot battlefield is a public area, and not only will there be spatial tiers left behind by those Type 10 legends of the past, there are also spiritual imprints, undying devil spirits, as well as powerhouses from other species. I would like to invite you to join us on the expedition. Yu Zhong then asked the crucial question, in that case, how would we distribute any findings or spoils? She replied forthrightly, if the person found the item, it belongs to him or her. If it were obtained as a group, then it would be determined by the efforts contributed. With a thought, Yu Zhong agreed, sure. I'll join you guys. On such an expedition, the more people there were the better. Yu Zhong had also intended to head to the Merlot battlefield for investigation. Biana then said, 3 days later, we'll meet at Chun Tang Mountain of the Tang Su Empire, 10 a.m. sharp. Sure. The Tang Su Empire was the most remote of empires at the edge of human civilization. Around the edge of that empire, there was nothing but a barren wasteland. The foreign species were rampant in these wastelands, fighting amongst themselves continuously. There were even some Type 9 powerhouses among them. If it was not for the protection of the holy heavens, those foreign species would have already ravaged the Tang Su Empire countless times. Chun Tangshan was a mountain that was the closest to the border, about 5,000 m in height. On this day, on top of the remote mountain, there were 4 people waiting. Of the 4 people, there were 2 men and 2 women, the men handsome and suave, the women beautiful. Each of them looked like immortals, exuding an indescribable aura that was attractive and extraordinary. One of the men, who wore a green robe and had a long sword on at his waist, frowned slightly as he asked, Why isn't Yu Zhong here yet? The other man, who had golden hair and blue eyes, his nose slightly red, and he wore a white robe, laughed lightly. By Feng, he's someone who could cause the image of dragons and tigers to appear, a rare genius of 1,000 years, it's natural that he's some big shot. Biana laughed and replied, Azaman, by Feng, it's only 9:56 now, it's still not time yet. The last woman, who wore spectacles and a white round hat on her head, her entire body decked in white, spoke coldly, It's already 9:57, to be precise. With only 3 minutes to the appointed time, yet there's no sign of him. Seems like he would not be here punctually. Such a person, with no time management, lacks bearing. Furthermore, we're all holy sons and holy daughters of our respective temples, while he's merely a divine envoy. How could he be so arrogant? When he becomes a holy son in the future, who's to say he would not be uncontrollable? While Yu Zhong's trigger of the tiger and dragon illusion had shocked many, it had left many others with a bitter taste in their mouths due to jealousy and envy. The 4 on this Chun Tang peak were the holy sons and daughters of the holy heavens, each of them having gone through numerous tests, and were recognized as geniuses and talents. They were all confident of their own strength, and now that Yu Zhong was making them wait, they were naturally unhappy. Biana tried to console her friend, Annie, there's still 2 minutes. I think he should be able to make it within the time. Annie spoke coldly, Let's hope so. I don't think I'm late. Right at this time, a mysterious voice sounded from one side of the peak. Hearing Yu Zhong's voice, the rest all stiffened, as they whirled around towards the direction of the voice, noticing Yu Zhong standing behind them. Baiana smiled warmly. "Yu Zhong, you're here. How come I did not see you come up?" The remaining people also looked at him, curious to find out how he had managed to come up noiselessly. After all, their perceptions had been scanning the entire peak this whole time. Even an ant would not be able to escape their notice. However, under their very noses, Yu Zhong had still appeared behind them. It was as creepy as a spirit. Yu Zhong laughed lightly. "I used some methods, intending to give you all a surprise." Baiana took the initiative to introduce them. "Yu Zhong, let me introduce you. This is Holy Daughter Annie from the Western Temple. This is Holy Son Azaman from the Eastern Temple, while this is Holy Son Baifeng from the Southern Temple." Yu Zhong grinned. "Hi y'all. I'm Yu Zhong, pleased to meet you guys." Baifeng spoke coldly, "Since everyone's here, let's go." After that, he shot off into the distance. Annie and Azaman nodded towards Yu Zhong, before following after Baifeng. "Let's go." Baiana then led Yu Zhong as they soared into the great barren lands. Chapter 1145. Black Devil Clan. Yu Zhong and the rest flew for a few hundred meters, when suddenly Baifeng, who was in the lead, came to a stop, his gaze serious. "Wait." The rest came to a halt and gazed ahead. In front of them, at about a dozen kilometers away, there were a number of black battleships, each one of them over 10,000 m long. Inside these battleships, there were many humanoid creatures covered with black scales, a pair of horns on their heads, as well as a pair of demonic wings on their back. Annie spoke up coldly. "The Black Devil Clan. There are a total of 12 Black Devil battleships. This is a huge fleet, and it likely possesses an entire regiment of soldiers. Usually, there would be 2 to 4 Type 8 powerhouses helming the fleet. If all goes according to past examples, the one leading such a troop would be a Type 8 expert. Since they've come out to the barren wastelands, it is likely that this is their slave-hunting team." The Black Devil Clan was one of the 4-minute devil clans among the Devil's race. They were bloodthirsty and savage, usually focusing on hunting other people to become their slaves while confiscating all their belongings. Azaman frowned and asked, "Do we evade them?" If it was just one battleship, he did not mind charging over to deal with the soldiers on board. However, against a huge fleet, the outcome would be unclear. "Since they're here, we naturally have to deal with them. I'll make my move first." Yu Zhong gazed at the fleet, his eye filled with a blazing combat will. He took a single step and spared towards the 12 battleship. Yu Zhong had risen to the high Type 8 realm thanks to Dong Yu Yao's primordial Yin. However, the energy accumulated within him had been utilized and wiped out. He naturally needed more, and would not let these enemies off. The physique of these Black Devil Clan warriors was much stronger than humans. If Yu Zhong could kill them, then he would gain a huge amount of life force. Annie spoke coldly. He actually rushed out. "What do we do, Baifeng?" Within this group of 4, Baifeng's strength was the highest, reaching the peak Type 8 realm. He was just barely some ways into the half-step Type 9 realm. As the rest were at the high Type 8 realms only, they could only look to Baifeng in this situation. Baifeng had a dissatisfied look. "The fleet of the Black Devil Clan is not so easy to handle. Let him taste some problems first. When he cannot hold out, we will go and save him." Azaman laughed lightly. "Fine, let us see what this man capable of triggering the dragon and tiger illusion can do." Baiana waved her hands, and a white sash soared out, wrapping the 4 of them as they disappeared from this space. Yu Zhong was already on his way to one of the ships. In a matter of seconds, he reached the shield and fired a punch onto its frame. With that, the entire ship was rocked, and with a violent explosion, there was a huge hole that was blasted at the point of impact from Yu Zhong's fist. The moment Yu Zhong charged through the ship, with a thought, the surrounding atmospheric energy transformed into countless blades that sliced out everywhere. Under the barrage of attacks, the numerous Black Devil clan soldiers within the battleship were sliced up into countless pieces, as he absorbed the life force voraciously. The soldiers of the Black Devil clan were different from humans. They were naturally powerhouses, each of them at least belonging to the Type 5 realm. Their numbers in the Type 6 realm was even more. The life force from dozens of thousands of these soldiers would be even more abundant than 1 billion ordinary people. Hong, 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 hong. Within the battleship there were numerous explosions. As that happened, critical parts of the battleship began to explode, as parts descended towards the ground. A great number of Black Devil clan soldiers flapped their wings and flew out of the damaged battleships, heading towards the rest. As for the remaining 11 battleships, they did not dare to be careless, quickly activating their energy shields, at the same time aiming their main cannons at the huge battleship that Yu Zhong was still in. Inside the remaining 11 battleships, one particular Type 8 commander, whose hands were wielding a battle spear engraved with runes, shouted out coldly, "Fire!" Immediately, the 11 cannons lit up and fired out. In that instance, a number of light beams burst forth, slamming into the huge battleship. With a loud blast, the entire battleship, as well as the Black Devil clan experts that had yet to escape, were all blasted into pieces. What a vicious Black Devil clan! Before the cannons had fired, Yu Zhong had already fled out of the battleship. He stood in the air, and looked at the disintegrating battleship, and could not help feeling a sliver of fear. Had he been slightly slower, he would have been heavily injured as well. After the 11 battleships had destroyed the ship, over 1 million Black Devil clan soldiers soared out from the 11 battleship. What are they intending to do? Yu Zhong stared at the 1 million Black Devil clan soldiers with a strange glint in his eyes. He then reached out to grab, and a huge dragon claw condensed out of thin air, instantly gathering over 1,000 soldiers and squashing them into meat paste. With a thought, the atmospheric energy continued to roll and churn, forming multiple sharp blades that sliced out at the warriors. Under that vicious attack, huge patches of the Black Devil clan warriors were instantly killed. One Type 8 Black Devil clan general, whose body was shrouded in a black, devilish energy, wielding a 2 m-long devil blade, stepped through the air and slashed out at Yu Zhong. "Brazen human! I will tear you apart!" As the blade came slicing down, the surrounding energy was also absorbed into the blade, forming a terrifying blade beam that howled out. Yu Zhong stared at the general and punched out right at the devil blade. At that moment, the devil blade collapsed and was completely destroyed, while the body of the Black Devil clan general was also obliterated in a mess of blood and flesh. General Lei Cha was killed. General Lei Cha was actually killed by a human. Who is that? Seeing the Black Devil general wiped out by Yu Zhong in a single fist, the soldiers of the Black Devil clan were all shocked. They had not expected their guardian to be killed off so casually. Azaman sighed in appreciation. "Powerful!" Bai Feng spoke mildly. "Truly capable." Annie coldly snorted. "He's just SOSO, at least he did not let down the expectations of his potential." The 4 of them were peak powerhouses of the holy heavens, and if they were to use their strength, they would be able to kill that Black Devil general as well. Hence, they were not too surprised by Yu Zhong's might. Instead, they were curious and wanted to see what else he was capable of. Baiana laughed gently. "The next one is the true test of his skill." The hundreds and thousands of Black Devil soldiers still alive quickly formed a huge formation. With a unified roar, dense devilish energy surged out from them, pouring into the Type 8 general among them. After absorbing the energy, the Type 8 general began to execute some secret technique and formed into a giant half-step Type 9 Black Devil figure, formed from all of them combined together. Bai Feng and the rest stared at this, their gazes turning serious. It's here! This black devil giant that was exuding a half-step Type 9 might, was an entity that could kill a holy son from the humans with only a single slap. Once the black devil giant was formed, it stepped out and used its huge fist to slap out at Yu Zhong. A powerful energy locked the area around, preventing Yu Zhong from moving away. Just nice, I wanted to see what's the difference between me and a half-step Type 9 powerhouse. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a strange glint, and he sent out a fist at the hand of the black devil giant. A loud explosion occurred. As the terrifying energy blasted outwards in all directions, the hand of the black devil giant disintegrated. In just a strike, over thousands of black devil soldiers had been killed. Seems like such an imitation still cannot match up to a proper half-step Type 9 powerhouse. You're of no use to me, you can go to hell now. Yu Zhong's gaze turned frosty after destroying the hand of the giant, and he then turned into a beam of light as he appeared in front of the midriff of the giant, sending out a powerful fist at the head of the Type 8 Devil Clan general within the formation. Chapter 1146. Destroying the Black Devil Giant. At the center of the Black Devil Giant, the strength of the near-million Black Devil soldiers was gathered, forming a huge, black shield. Its defense was incredibly strong, however. Under Yu Zhong's attack, it instantly shattered, and the general within was also annihilated, his body breaking apart. The moment the general was killed, the entire giant that seemed capable of covering the heavens and wreck continents crumbled, and the million Black Devil soldiers were all struck by the backlash, spitting out blood and suffering grievous injuries. At that moment, Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly and ignited the atmospheric energy to transform into a terrifying tornado of wind blades, sweeping up the Black Devil Clan soldiers. Under the assault of the violent wind blades, the entire sky started pouring with blood, as pieces of flesh splattered on the ground. Countless life energy swarmed into Yu Zhong. Seeing how Yu Zhong wiped out the million-strong group of Black Devil warriors, Azaman, who had been treating it lightly, as though everything was a joke, finally had a serious look as he muttered, "Strong." Annie and the rest were also filled with shock, as though their hearts and minds were rocked. The Black Devil Giant might not be a true half-step Type 9 powerhouse, but it possessed enough strength to deal with a human holy son. Such an entity was dealt with so easily by Yu Zhong, it just showed how powerful Yu Zhong was. Baiana had a complicated look as she spoke. A person who could cause the howling dragon and roaring tiger phenomenon is truly not simple. This time, the other three did not say anything to refute her, or anything sarcastic, as their eyes were filled with a look of acknowledgement without them knowing. As for the rest of the Type 8 generals within the fleet saw the situation, their faces fell as they hollered out, "Retreat! Retreat now!" Hearing that order from the Black Devil general, the remaining ships quickly spread out in a bid to flee. After all, there was no force within this fleet that could take on Yu Zhong. Thus, they had made the right choice in fleeing. "You want to run? Stay behind for me." Yu Zhong eyed the fleeing ships, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. With a grab out at thin air, two huge hands made out of energy closed in on the last two ships, pulling them back. With a loud rumble, the two battleships were forced to an abrupt halt. At that moment, Yu Zhong shot towards the huge battleship, his fists pummeling down and shattering the energy shield. He then passed through it easily. Hong, 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 hong. After a series of explosions, the battleship began to burst apart from within and descended towards the ground in a huge ball of fire. Yu Zhong then continued to slam into the other battleship like a meteor, destroying it from within. By the time Yu Zhong was done with those two ships, the other 9 battleships had fled till nothing could be seen of them. Each battleship represented a huge source of power. If Yu Zhong had tried to spread out his strength, he would not have been able to retain even a single ship. Right at this time, Baiana suddenly flew out in front of Yu Zhong and laughed. Yu Zhong, truly formidable. Bai Feng came and motioned for them to continue. Let's go, our target is the Merlot battlefield. Azaman revealed a smile as he followed. That's right, you're strong. Annie also nodded slightly before flying off. Having witnessed his strength, the four of them had already come to view Yu Zhong as an equivalent existence, and not disdain him just because of his identity. Before this, they had already known of the commotion he caused with the image triggered. However, as old-timers, they had their own pride and were not able to view Yu Zhong as equal. However, Yu Zhong had shown them what he was capable of, and they had no choice but to acknowledge it. With a light laugh, Yu Zhong followed after. However, he was scanning his storage ring, checking out a blue crystal key with some doubt in his mind. What treasure is this? Why would the network not possess any information on this? This item had been picked up when he was destroying the second battleship and discovered it within a jade box. In fact, there had been a Type 8 powerhouse guarding it. Unfortunately for the guard, Yu Zhong had killed him in one punch. The moment he obtained this key, he had checked the network for information, only to be met with nothing. This caused him to be even more sure that this crystal key that was emitting some strange aura was a precious treasure. However, he just did not know what it was. He then threw it to the back of his mind. Forget it, let's wait till we're back before I check it out properly. In the distance, the remaining 9 battleships had fled a distance of thousands of kilometers, before gathering once more. At this time, a powerful, mechanical planet of over 100 kilometers in diameter descended in front of the 9 battleship. A terrifying voice filled with pressure traveled out. Hey Chi, did you get the item? One black devil general of the Type 8 realm shot out from the battleships, kneeling on the ground as he trembled and reported, Answering Your Highness Holy Sun Anchaman, the item was snatched away by a human powerhouse. The Black Devil General opened his palm, and a green light shot through the skies, forming an image of Yu Zhong clashing with their forces. This is the image we obtained. From the mechanical planet, a handsome youth stepped out, his forehead bearing a pair of goat horns, a pair of demonic wings on his back, and his entire body covered in black scales. However, he had a full head of hair and incredibly good looks. This was the one of the holy sons of the 10,000 devil altar, Holy Sun Anchaman. When he flew out, he was followed by a number of powerhouses also emitting terrifying pressures. There were a total of 6 of them, each of them possessing strength not lesser than that of a holy sun. These were the holy sons and holy daughters of the 10,000 devil altar, each of them with extraordinary looks and aura. Anchaman looked quietly at the image before his voice turned icy. Since the item was lost, how did you come back alive? General Hei Qi heard that voice filled with killing intent, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He began to kowtow profusely. Your Highness, I wanted to preserve the lives of our hundreds and thousands of soldiers, hence I brought them back. I plead for your Highness to show me mercy, on account that I had preserved our forces. Within the devil race, there were many powerful experts. Hei Qi was just an initial Type 8 realm expert, and was much weaker than Anchaman. Furthermore, he did not complete his mission, thus Anchaman had full authority to execute him. There was a savage look in Anchaman's eyes, as he flickered in front of General Hei Qi, his claws grabbing out at his head, and he took a vicious bite out of his head. You spoiled my matters and dare to ask for mercy? Naive. Go to hell. The Black Devil clan was a cruel race. Even they looked similar to humans, they were much more vicious and frequently engaged in slaughter and infighting. With a shudder of his body, General Hei Qi's last moments was watching his head being bitten by Anchaman, as he died and crumpled to the ground. Beside Anchaman, there was a beautiful lady with fair skin and a revealing figure, who looked at Hei Qi's corpse with some pity. Damn it, Anchaman, why didn't you give him to him and let me play around first? Anchaman licked the blood off his right hand, while his mouth was still smeared with brain matter, as he grinned deviously. Yao Ji, if I pass him to you, there would be a stench. Furthermore, you'll just suck him dry, there would be nothing left of him to eat. One holy sun, standing at 3 meters, his body muscular, his visage demonic and his tail one that was sharp like a blade, frowned. He was from the Blade Demon race, the Holy Sun Blade 13, and he spoke, Anshuman, since that item had been stolen, what's our next step? Anshuman's eyes flashed with an intelligent look as he quickly analyzed, from the movement of that human, he does not know that the item is a secret. Few human experts would come out to the barren wastelands, thus, the only reason he should be here would be to temper himself in the Merlot battlefield. We just have to head there and we should come across him. Furthermore, even if we do not see him, we need to train there anyway. Our next step would be the Merlot battlefield then. Fine. The rest of the holy sons and daughters replied, and quickly flew back into the mechanical planet. The mechanical planet then soared up into the skies, before emitting powerful bursts of air, pushing its speed to Mach 30, tearing apart the air in front of it as it shot towards the Merlot battlefield. Chapter 1147 Green-Faced Ghost. The Merlot battleground had been around thousands of years ago when true God-realm powerhouses ruled the great God world. It was an ancient battlefield that had formed naturally within the Merlot mountain range. Within this battlefield, there were many spiritual imprints, weapons, undying spirits, spatial tears, and it was full of danger. Even a Type 9 powerhouse might perish if he or she was not careful. However, it was also a place of opportunities. In fact, many Type 9 powerhouses had come here when they were still at the Type 8 realm, going through the baptism of the Merlot battlefield, and obtained many treasures or benefits from the things left behind here. That was how they broke through to the Type 9 stage. One of the main reasons why the great God world was able to churn out so many Type 9 powerhouses was because that there were many secret realms and ancient battlefields left behind from the experts of past, allowing the current generation to benefit from the spiritual wills and imprints. Furthermore, inside this Merlot battlefield, there were frequent appearances of gold-grade treasures, which would cause anyone to go crazy over. In front of the battlefield, Bai Feng stopped once more, and could not help but reiterated himself. This is the Merlot battlefield. Once we enter, we have to be careful. Not only are there experts from the other 3 main races, but there are also countless mutant beasts, ferocious beasts, and even undying devil spirits. Even if we meet another human, they might not necessarily be our allies or friends, especially if we find any treasures. Yu Zhong looked towards the Merlot battlefield, his heart feeling a chill. This is truly a dangerous place. I can vaguely sense a threatening level of danger. If I'm not careful, I might perish here. The location of the battlefield was in a vast place where one could not see the end, as though the entire world was shrouded in mist and extended all the way to the clouds. Currently, the mountain range had been destroyed by some unknown force in the past, turning into multiple peaks, each still larger than the size of China. There was a chaotic surge of energy within the mountain range. Since Yu Zhong had developed the God-Devil Eye, if there were no obstructions, he could easily see over a 1,000 li away. However, when he looked out at the direction of the Merlot battlefield, he could only see the outskirts, and everything within was foggy. All of a sudden, Bai Feng's face fell, as he sent out a spiritual wave transmitting, "Hide." Hearing his words, Baianas sent out a white cloth that wrapped the 4 of them, as they disappeared from their location. Not long after, 30 individuals soared through the sky. They were 4 m long, each of them possessing a human-like head, but with green features and long canines. They had a pair of wings on their backs and a singular horn on their forehead. Around their necks, they hung necklaces formed from skulls. These were experts from the green-faced ghost clan. The green-faced ghosts were also a race under the man-eating races. They came like the wind, flying freely wherever they liked, and hunt humans everywhere they went. They were even harder to deal with compared to the man-eating giant. They were capable of flight, and their speed was just slightly below mutant beasts of the same level, but above everyone else. Even if they could not defeat their enemies, they could choose to fly away. The moment their enemies let down their guards, they would quickly swoop in for the kill. The 30 green-faced ghosts emitted a terrifying aura. They were all at the Type 8 realm, of which 10 of them seemed even stronger than a human holy sun. As Yu Zhong stared at them, his eyes brightened up. If he could take down all of them, he could gain a huge increase in his strength. Type 8 powerhouses were not easy to come across. Within the Holy Sirius Empire, there was only one like George. Furthermore, Yu Zhong was not willing to slaughter other human powerhouses for no reason, otherwise, he would also be ostracized by the holy heavens and would have nowhere to go within the great god world. Whereas in the various secret realms, there were many Type 8 mutant beasts. However, behind these beasts were powerful Type 9 existences guarding them. If he killed one or two, it would not be an issue, but if he were to go on a massacre, then the Type 9 powerhouses would not let him off. However, there was no hidden danger in dealing with these green-faced ghosts. Among the tasks that Yu Zhong had accepted, there was the requirement of hunting enemy forces, man-eating races as well as devils. Looking at the ghosts, Yu Zhong opened up his ring noiselessly, causing many dust-sized nanobots to fly out and follow the green-faced ghost. Among the 4 races, the mutant beasts occupied the most territories and were the most numerous. However, it was obvious that these were scattered. They also seldom engaged in a mindless slaughter of the humans they come across. One of the green-faced ghosts faced their most burly member, opening his mouth to ask, "Yi Cha Ghost, is your intelligence accurate?" Yi Cha Ghost revealed a savage grin. Of course, not too long ago, there were easily 30 and more human holy sons that entered the Merlot battlefield. Furthermore, there were others that joined in. Right now, the total number of human cultivators within is over 60, and they're there for us to hunt. One other green-faced ghost stuck out his tongue to lick it, while smiling viciously. "That's great. 60 holy sons, I can already smell their flesh. The previous time, when I had crushed the bone of the human holy daughter, her despair and expression of pain were so enticing." Another green-faced ghost frowned. "However, 60 of them is not weak. If they join forces, we might not be a match for them." One laughed lightly. "Don't worry, humans usually go in groups of 4. Furthermore, within the Merlot battlefield, it's not easy for them to sense one another. By the time they react, we would have gained the advantage. At that time, we're free to kill or leave. Why should we be afraid?" Yi Cha Ghost laughed, flapping his wings, and charged into the battlefield. "Ha ha! Let's go!" The rest also quickly flapped the wings and entered. When all of the green-faced ghosts disappeared into the Merlot battlefield, the white sash came down, revealing Yu Zhong and the rest. Other than Yu Zhong, the rest had ugly expressions. Biana frowned. "What do we do? The network does not reach inside. We have no way of informing those fellows within." The Holy Heavens network was extensive and could reach many places. However, due to the residual power of the true gods of the past and spiritual imprints, the network could not penetrate the Merlot battlefield. Bai Feng declared, "It is not something that we can handle. We have to go back and report this. Let the higher-ups deal with this." 30 green-faced ghosts, with 10 among them possessing holy sun-level strength. With such a group, even Bai Feng would not be able to handle at his peak Type 8 strength. The rest also nodded quietly. They might be proud of their strength, but they were clear that sometimes retreat is the right strategy. "Why not we do it like this? You guys retreat, I'll go in and check it out." Yu Zhong laughed lightly and suggested, "I have a method that can hide my aura and presence. As long as I employ that technique, it would be hard for them to discover me." Bai Feng frowned. The green-faced ghosts have an ability through their horns that can allow them to break past many illusions and stealth technique. Knowing this, do you still want to go? Yuzhong was resolute. Yes. They were an important source of evolution for Yuzhong. He naturally wanted to hunt them down. Right at this time, Annie also spoke up coldly. I'll follow you then. The rest shot her a bewildered glance. They were clear that among them, her strength was not at the peak. If she got herself entangled with the green-faced ghosts, she would likely be in danger. Under their shocked gazes, Annie spoke coldly. Within the holy heavens, I might not be the strongest, but my abilities in life preservation and support can be considered in the top 10. I can cover you. Fine. In that case, come with me. Yuzhong laughed, and in a flash, he had charged through into the Merlot battlefield. Annie's figure also turned hazy and disappeared mysteriously, entering the battlefield. Bai Feng stared at them, his fists clenched tight, and there was a strange glint in his eyes. He wanted to enter as well and fight it out with the green-faced ghost. However, his rationale told him that there was a 90% chance of death. Azaman looked at the Merlot battlefield with a complicated gaze. Let's go. Bai Feng fell silent, before turning around and soared away. Not long after they left, a huge meteor descended from the skies, landing right outside the Merlot battlefield, revealing a huge mechanical planet. A number of peak experts from the Black Devil clan flew out and shot into the battlefield as well. When they had all entered, the planet soared up and disappeared, coming and going like the wind. It was too dangerous inside the Merlot battlefield for the mechanical planet to enter. It would likely be torn apart by the countless undying spirits within. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.